Chapter 1. The Fog Children. The fog came early to Greybriar that night, low and thick, rolling out of the marsh in pale bands that folded over the lanes like layers of gauze. It softened every edge, the eaves of the cottages, the sway of the hawthorn branches, the crooked posts where notices curled damply, and swallowed color until the whole village rested in a range of whites and grays. Lamps burned as gold smudges. The world beyond arm's length dissolved. Marian Wexley walked carefully, counting her steps like beads on a rosary. 1, 2, 3. Her boot met the raised ridge in the cobble where a cart had once bucked a wheel. 4, 5. There, the split in the curb that formed a shallow puddle after every rain. 6, 7, 8. The bowed fence that meant she was nearly to her street. She knew Greybriar by feel. The fog did not change what was underfoot. It did, however, change how everything sounded. The air pinched sound small and held it close. The distant clop of a horse became a heartbeat. The faint rattle from the shutter on the Miller house became a whisper. Her own breath, warm and quick, seemed far too loud. She pulled her shawl tighter and tucked her chin down into the wool. In the basket on her arm, a long loaf still radiated heat from the bakery oven, wrapped in linen and tucked against a jar of broth in which her father's nightly bread would soften. He had been coughing more these past weeks, the cough that creaked in his ribs like a chair with a bad leg. He would fuss about her being out so late. He always did. The church bell on the hill didn't toll on fog nights. Father Dorian said it made something echo wrong, and he laughed, strained and a little embarrassed, when he tried to explain it last winter. But Marian had always thought that was the real reason she hated fog. No bell. The lane felt unmoored without a sound to measure itself against. At the next corner, she halted. Voices, childish, light, came on a curlicue of air, rising then falling, like a jump rope chant. Sugar and soot, sugar and soot. Marian turned her head, though the fog made it impossible to pinpoint direction. The voices were too close, then too far. They seemed to move and remain at once, as though the speakers stood behind gauze and walked in place. She pressed her free hand against her middle. "Hello," she called, and the fog did with her voice what it had done to the horse's clop, caught it and smoothed it until it sounded like someone else speaking from another room. The voices stopped. Silence. Only the small tick of water from a gutter, and the scrape of a signboard idly nudged by damp wind. Marian frowned and took a step toward the square, where the wide cobbles would be, where even in fog, she could find the well by the moss-slick stones worn smooth by generations of hands. A pair of faint shapes resolved in the white. 2 children, side by side, emerging slowly as if the fog had to make them piece by piece. First pale hair, fine and white blonde, then faces, twin ovals, features delicate and exact. Coats buttoned high, matching. Small hands linked at the fingers, palms touching from elbow to fingertip, so that the gesture looked not merely like holding hands, but like something practiced, ritual. They stopped when she did. They stared at her with a polite, too long stillness. "Are you lost?" Marian asked, because that was what one asked children on a fog night. She tried to find softness in her voice. The fog ate it. The girl's mouth opened. The boy's mouth opened a half-beat later. They spoke together, not quite in unison. Hers a fraction ahead, his just behind like a shadow falling a second after the figure moves.
"No," they said.
"We are found." Marian tried to laugh, and heard it die. "That's good. Where do you live?" The children tilted their heads at the same angle, like 2 spoon bowls nested. "Here," they said. "Here where?" She shifted the basket in her grip, more to give her hands something to do than because it had grown heavy. "Here," the girl said again, softer, as if to chide Marian for not understanding. A little crease formed between her brows, not confusion, disappointment. "What are your names?" Marian asked. The boy smiled then, a quick, neat smile like a seam sewn shut. "We had names," he said, "but they were not ours." The girl leaned a fraction toward him, though their joined hands never flexed. "We have better ones now. What do people call you?" Marian said, and felt foolish the moment the words left her mouth. Our names are the same, the boy said. He lifted their joined hands and pressed them flat against the air, as though testing a window pane that wasn't there. You can call us what you see of yourself. The mirror? Marian said before she had decided to say it. The children sighed in satisfaction. The girls' eyes shone faintly, like wet pebbles. Mirror, they echoed.
Yes.
We hear you. The fog shifted. A deeper patch of white drifted between them like a veil, and then slid away. The children did not blink. You should go home, Marian said, heart-tripping now, because the air felt thinner. Your parents will be worried. The twins looked at each other with identical small motions, as if a thought passed between them from eye to eye. The boy said, Everyone who worries is already late. The girls said, But we are not late. We are early. Marian swallowed. Early for what? For seeing, they said, together again almost perfectly. For hearing. The oddness of the exchange hung there, weightless and heavy at once. Marian could think of nothing to do but nod briskly, the sort of nod grown-ups give to suggest authority they don't feel. Good night then, she said, and moved past them. As she stepped by, the children's heads turned with the synchronicity of two weathercocks catching the same wind. She felt their eyes on her back until the fog swallowed everything. She did not run. She did not run for several reasons. Because she did not want to startle herself into dropping the jar of broth. Because she did not want to arrive breathless and alarm her father. Because running would put a sound into the night that felt like it would not stop when she stopped. She walked as if the fog were dense snow, as if each step had to be placed exactly, or she might sink. The Wexley cottage sat near the square, tucked under the old ash that scratched at the roof on windy mornings. The window over the sink glowed weakly. She'd left the lamp there for herself. She let herself in, swinging the door carefully so that the latch would not thonk against the frame, and leaned the basket on the table. Duh, she called softly. I've got the bread. He coughed from the bedroom, a rough bark into a cloth, and then his voice thin. You took your time. Fog, she said, and enjoyed the small relief of a familiar exchange. Did you take the draft Mrs. Hartley brought? Poured half of it in the wash basin, he said, but his mouth tilted into a ghost of a grin when he stepped out, a blanket around his shoulders. Tastes like she boiled a thistle and a handful of nails. It helps, she said, pouring the broth into a small pot and setting it to warm. You like to pretend you're still a man who can spit at a remedy, but you take it all the same. I take it because you stand over me and count, he said. His eyes, a good brown, gentle as the horse he'd once kept when Marian's mother was alive, searched her face. You look strange. Do I? She busied herself with the bread, tearing the heel and dropping it into the steaming broth. Like you heard a sound you recognized and cannot place, he said. That nearly undid her. She put the lid on the pot and lowered the flame, then turned to him. I met children in the lane, she said.
Twins.
I think. Their noses and mouths were the same. Even the way they stood the same.
Whose are they? He asked.
I don't know, she said. I've never seen them. Have you? He frowned.
No.
Not that I recall, but my mind's gone moth-eaten at the edges. They said they live here, she said, and heard the nakedness of the sentence. Here, in Greybriar, as if that were enough. Her father rubbed at his chest beneath the blanket. People pass through. Fog brings them in and keeps them a while. It's always been so. They said. Marian stopped. She could still see the way the girl's eyes had shone, as if there were light behind them, not reflected but generated. They said we could call them a mirror. Her father's hand stilled. What a thing to say. It was a strange talk, Marian said. Fog makes words sound like they were meant for someone else. He coughed again, worse, hunched by it. When it passed, he called toward the bedroom. You left the basin by the door, girl. Fog will creep and wet your socks in the morning. Marian rolled her eyes and went to fetch the enamel basin. When she put her hand on the door latch, a thought caught at her, like a nail catching a skirt hem, and tugged. She had not pulled the shutters when she left earlier. The square would be a chalky blank beyond. She opened the door to bring in the basin and paused. The fog pooled on the stoop, held there by the shape of the porch like water in a bowl. Something dark stood beyond the drooping line where the ash tree's lower branches would be. Two small shapes, two small faces, two pairs of eyes, startling as struck flint in the milk of the fog. The twins stood perfectly still at the edge of the porch, hand in hand. They had no drops of wet in their hair, no beads on their coats, as if fog and damp and night were a costume they had checked out and could choose not to wear. Marian tightened her fingers around the enamel rim. "You should not linger on doorsteps," she said, and was surprised by the firm shape of her own voice, how it laid itself down like a plank between them. "We are calling," the twins said together. "Calling whom?" "You," the girls said. "Everyone," the boy said. "You should go home," Marian repeated. "I will take you there if you tell me where." The twins looked at each other. It was a glance quick yet thorough, like two magpies appraising the same coin. Then they said, "Come and see." Something in Marian's stomach slithered. "No," she said, and even to her own ears the words sounded like a string drawn taut. "No, I will not. It is late, and my father is ill." The children absorbed this. Absorb was the word. They took it in like blotter paper and showed no change. The girl lifted her free hand and slowly pressed her palm, pale, small, unblemished, toward Marian's face across the fog-thinned space. It stopped an inch from the air, where the door-frame's shadow fell. The girl's palm slid sideways along nothing, like glass. She drew a line in blank air and smiled, pleased.
"Warm," she said.
"Don't touch my door," Marian said, and it came out sharper than she'd meant. "Go along. If you're cold, are you cold? There's a shelter behind the church where they keep blankets." "We are warm," the boy said. "We are always warm," the girl said. Her father called from inside, his voice made hoarse by cough and old frustration. "Who is it?" Marian kept her eyes on the twins. "No one," she called back. "Children. Then send them home," he said, softer, as if he, too, respected some edge in the night. Marian nodded once to the twins, a dismissal, and closed the door. The latch caught. She stood with her palm against the wood, feeling its damp, feeling the faint stubbed-out echo of where the girl's invisible line had been. The broth bubbled gently when she returned to the stove. She fed her father in small spoonfuls, and he, compliant as a boy, took each one with only a muttered crack about the taste. He smelled faintly of camphor and something like rust, blood, and iron that had decided to live in the lungs. After, she tucked him into bed and put the lamp on the low shelf by the window. "Lock the back," he said. "I did," she said. "Fog makes a fool of a latch," he whispered, already turning toward sleep. When she went to douse the kitchen lamp, some instinct turned her to the small square of mirror hanging above the cupboard. It had belonged to her mother, framed in carved walnut leaves. The glass of it was old, a little warped, prone to making faces look faintly untrue in the corners. Marian lifted the lamp just to see. Her face sprang up, pale, tired, made lovelier than it had a right to be by the forgiving light and age-softened glass. Behind her, in the dim rectangle that was the kitchen doorway, the darkness deepened. A movement in the mirror. Not in the room, in the mirror. The edge of the doorway, and then beyond it, the parlor. There, a suggestion of pale forms, as if fog had found a way inside the glass. She pivoted, lamp lifted. The parlor stood empty. Chair, hearth, low table. The rug with its threadbare border. Nothing. But when she looked back at the mirror, the parlor and the glass held two small shapes where the real room held none. The lamp guttered. She steadied it with a breath. The shapes did not move. She leaned forward, bringing her eyes close enough to fog the glass with breath. The shapes were children-sized and close together, like two figures standing hand in hand. "Marian?" her father called, sudden and clear, as though he'd been lying awake waiting for a shiver in her voice. "It's all right," she said too quickly. "I'm coming to sleep." She put her thumb against the mirror, pressing at the edge where frame met glass. The surface was cool. The figures dimmed and, as she watched, thinned As if, embarrassed at being seen, they were stepping backward into deeper fog. When they had gone entirely, the mirror showed only herself again. The face she knew, the face she did not always trust. She doused the lamp, then relit it and left it low. She did not want the dark that came on fog nights, the dark that felt like soaked wool draped over the eyes. She slept poorly. She dreamed of white fields without footprints and of hands pressed close, fingers interlaced, not in affection but because they had been made that way and could not bear separation. When she woke before dawn, the fog was still there, flattened to a layer of dull light against the windows. Her father's breathing rasped and caught and smoothed again. A cart rolled somewhere, slow. The driver called to the horse in a voice as careful as a hand carrying a bowl full to the brim. By noon, the fog lifted to street level and lay along the gutters like cats. Greybriar shook itself free by inches. Doors opened. Women dragged chairs to thresholds. Someone banged a rug. The bell did not ring, but Father Dorian sent a boy around with a handbell, and he rang it at the corner so that the sound walked up and down the room of the day. Marion took a basket of buns to the inn. Mr. Flint sold them quick from the counter and pretended he had baked them himself, and she paused a moment at the doorway to let her eyes adjust. The inn's common room, low and timbered, smelled of ale and onion and a sweetness from the hearth where some kind of meat turned on a spit. Men hunched on stools, caps in hands, fog still clinging to their shoulders like capelets. "Marion," Mr. Flint said, his good cheer performative, the way a shopkeeper's must be. "You're an angel. These pigs I keep won't eat without bread to sop their ale." Laughter, mostly real. She put the basket on the counter. "Charge me fair and don't talk about angels. We've too few to spare." "You always were sentimental," he said, but kindly. "You look like you didn't sleep."
"Fog," she said.
He grimaced. "Takes the marrow. More went missing last winter on fog weeks than in 6 clear months. Don't know where folk get to. Step off the lane and pft." He made a magician's flourish, then seemed to think better of it. "Missing?" The word found a cold pocket in her chest and sat down. "Nothing to start the women clacking," he said, lowering his voice automatically, which had the opposite effect. "Old Maud swears she hears her sister's voice on nights like that. Her sister's been buried these 10 years. Someone at the end of the counter, a man with a face like tree bark, Mr. Heaps, tapped the wood with a forefinger. Voices travel strange on fog. That's what Father Dorian says. Father Dorian says what keeps people from setting their hair on fire and running into the hedge. Mr. Flint said, not unkindly, "Let him." Marion said, "Did anyone see children last night?" She tried to keep her tone casual and heard it become too careful. "Children?" Mr. Flint looked at her as if she had asked if anyone had seen a heron at the hearth.
"Twins," she said. "Pale."
"The kind you notice." Mr. Heaps scratched beneath his cap. "There's the Merrick lads," he offered. "But they don't match, and Tommy's got the crossed eye that makes him look like he's always thinking of 2 things at once." "Not them," Marion said. Another man leaned back on his stool. "Saw 2 little ones by the square at dawn," he said. "Standing like poles. Not wet. That's what I thought was odd. Not a drip on them." "Where'd they go?" Mr. Flint asked, turning to spite himself. The man shrugged, turned, walked toward the old well, hand in hand, like the old pictures of saints. Mr. Heaps muttered, "Saints don't come in pairs, except the ones that do." Marion took her money and left quickly, the common room suddenly too warm. At the square, the fog lay like spilt milk, thin but present. The well, old stones lipped green, sat quiet. A notice was tacked to the post beside it. "Community singing. Tonight after sundown, bring a lamp." She smiled despite herself. Father Dorian and his insistence that voices knitted a village tight. He would be pleased, fog lifted and people singing. She wondered if the children would come. The thought arrived and stood there in her mind like a person at a threshold. By late afternoon, Greybriar had slipped back into itself. Washing flapped. Girls ran with ribbons. Men knocked mud from their boots and shed coats in doorways. Marian scrubbed the counter at the bakery and stretched dough and laughed once, at nothing, because the dough made a wet sigh when folded, and the sound, tiny, was soothing. The light went pink behind cloud and then thinned further, and the square collected people the way the edges of a stream collect leaves. Lamps bobbed. Someone brought a fiddle more for the look than the sound. Fog made strings sound lazy. Father Dorian, thin and intense as a lightning rod, raised his hands and spoke about gratitude in weather and harvest and how the bell would ring tomorrow when the air behaved. Marian stood a little apart with her father. She'd wrapped him in a better blanket and made him swear, hand to heart, to say if he felt faint. He smiled, proud as if brought to a dance. "Won't miss it," he said. The first hymn rose. Greybriar's voices were not sweet but willing. The sound stitched across the square, making a net to catch nerves and fear, and all the little bits that fell out of people during long weeks. Marian sang quietly, the notes falling from her like warm water. Her father hummed. Father Dorian beamed, and his hand-carried bell hung from his wrist, gleaming. After the second hymn, Marian saw them. They stood at the edge of the lamplight, small and exact, hair like bleached flax under the yellow glow. The twins. Their hands were joined. Their mouths did not move. Their eyes were not on the song, but on the people singing. As if listening to a thing behind the sound, Marian's throat tightened. The twins looked toward her as if she had spoken, and in a way, she understood she had. Some wordless thing reached from her, concern or dread or a call, and they caught it in their joined palm. They stepped forward. The crowd did that thing crowds do when a gap opens. Men moved a half step aside without looking. The twins came as far as the circle of lamps. Father Dorian, ever a shepherd, took a small step to the side and let them in. He smiled down, gentleman to child, and tipped his head. "Good evening, little ones," he said, and Marian could have loved him for his steadiness. The twins tilted their heads. Father Dorian offered his bell. The girl reached toward it, stopped an inch from the brass, and traced its curve in air. Father Dorian's smile slipped a hair, but he covered it by lifting his chin toward the song. "Do you sing?"
"We listen," the boy said.
"We make things be heard," the girl said. Father Dorian said, and turned back to his people with a depth of composure Marian had never appreciated until now. "Another hymn," he called. "Something the children know." They began all the little paths home. It was a simple tune, the kind you learn before you learn your letters. The first verse went easy. The second took a different turn. Marian felt it before she understood it, a thickening under the sound, like cream clouding into a cup of tea. The notes became too many for the people singing them. A harmony bloomed where no one sang harmony. A second line braided in like a river joining a river. The air over the square shimmered, and the lamp flames flicked, and people raised their heads as one, the way birds do when a shadow crosses the ground. The twins' mouths did not move. Their eyes did not blink. The sound deepened further. Marian heard a voice, no, voices, that were not Greybriar's. Old, stretched with time, and threaded with something like ache. She stepped back without meaning to and felt her father sway. She grabbed his arm. "Duh." "Fine," he murmured. But his hand found hers and held tighter than he had grip for. A woman near the well, Mrs. Pater, made a small sound. Not fear, Marian realized, but recognition. Her mouth opened. "Agnes," she said, too soft to be heard by many. Marian heard. The word hung, fragile. The twins looked at Mrs. Pater. The sound they were not making sharpened. A new thread slipped into the hymn, as if a voice that had once sung behind Mrs. Pater at her own kitchen table had decided to join. Mrs. Pater sobbed once, hands pressed to her mouth. Mr. Pater took a step toward her and then stopped, because he had heard it too. "Turn it," Father Dorian said, voice tight but not loud. "Sing the last verse and end."
They did.
The sound thinned obediently, like fog lifting from a lane. The hymn ended. Silence fell with a weight that made people look around to be sure nothing had dropped. Then, as if a spring had been released, men coughed, women fussed with shawls. Father Dorian began the small benediction he always said to ease a crowd from a thing that might have been too much. When Marian looked for the twins again, they had moved. They stood by the old well, hand in hand, looking down as if into a deep, clear thing. The notice about the singing fluttered beside them. In its damp corner, the ink bled. Marian found herself walking toward them. She did not decide to. Her feet carried her the way a dream tells you to walk and you obey. People parted for her, or perhaps she slid through them. At the well, she stopped. The stones were slick, beautifully old, each one scalloped where fingers had gripped. The twins did not look up. "What do you see?" Marian asked, and her voice felt steadier than she had expected to find it. The boy said, "Homes." The girl said, "Rooms." "Rooms?" Marian asked. "Rooms inside the looking," the girl said. "Once you see them," the boy said, "you know how to go there." Marian put her palms on the well's rim and leaned. The water smelled like pennies and moss. At first, she saw only the lamp glow on the surface and the black circle in the center where the sky had been trapped. Then shapes formed. No, not shapes. Arrangements of light. The suggestion of a hallway, narrow, papered in a peony pattern.
A chair.
A child's toy horse fallen on its side in a doorway. A figure moving past the end of the hall, just beyond the way reflections like to clip the world, so that you know they've gone by, but cannot see their head. She blinked. The images broke. She leaned back. "Don't," Father Dorian said, very close now, very low. He put a hand at Marian's back, as if he thought she might go over. To the twins, he said, "It is late for little ones. Let me find you a place." "We have a place," the twins said, and if there had been kindness in their voices earlier, it was gone now, not replaced by cruelty, but stripped away, like a glove taken off to reveal the practical hand beneath. "Where?" Father Dorian asked. The twins lifted their joined hands again and made a very small pressing motion into the air over the well. Marian heard the faintest scrape, as if someone had touched a fingernail to glass.
"Here," they said.
That night, after she had settled her father and checked the latch twice and drawn the curtains though she did not usually, Marian stood once more before the walnut-framed mirror. The room lay behind her, her face more tired. The glass held a little fog of its own. It was never entirely clear, not since the winter the window had cracked and a breath of frost had lived in the house for a week. She raised her hand. In the mirror, her hand lifted a beat out of time, so slight you could call it an old glass trick. But then it kept her hand in the air a heartbeat longer than she had held it. Her stomach fell. She closed her eyes. Opened them. The blinked world snapped back. Her reflected hand matched again. She laughed small. The sound made the room look at her. "Marian?" Her father called through the thin wall. "Leave a lamp." "I have," she said. "Good," he sighed, because lamps kept all kinds of things at bay that men did not know how to name. She did not undress. She lay down atop the quilt and listened. The village braided itself into sleep. A door murmur, a dog's huff, a cart settling. Somewhere a child cried and was soothed. Somewhere a man coughed not unlike her father and then did not cough again. Somewhere, at the square, a notice about singing came loose at one corner and flapped. And somewhere very near, at a height that felt exactly the height of her face in the walnut mirror, two small breaths drew in and out, as if something practiced had learned the shape of breathing and had decided it would do. She did not sleep until the light had begun to show at the edge of the curtain, and when she did, she dreamed of a room lined in glass and the sense, deep and unmistakable, that if she walked too far into it she would find the place where the floor ended and something else, the same and not the same, began. Chapter 2. Rooms in the Looking. Morning arrived, as if it had walked a long way to get here. The fog thinned at last, lifting off eaves and gutters like a tired veil, leaving beads of wet along the railings and a dull silver to the cobbles. Greybriar wore the pale afterglow of a sleepless night. Doors opened slower, voices were lower, and the market's clatter sounded like it had been wrapped in wool. Marian set a tray of cinnamon knots in the bakery window and tried not to look at the walnut-framed mirror that hung over the work table in the back. She had draped a tea towel over it before dawn. Once or twice already, without thinking, she'd reached to pull the towel away out of habit, to check flour on her cheek, to tuck a strand of hair. Each time, something in her hand balked. The towel stayed. She slid another sheet of buns into the oven and felt heat bloom across her face. "We're early on the proof," she murmured, and the dough answered with a soft, settling sigh that she liked the way some women like to hymn. The little bell above the door chimed. Mr. Heap stumped in out of the wet with his cap mashed flat in his hands. "3 of those," he said, pointing at the knots as if not naming them made them cheaper. And he hesitated, eyes skittering to the towel-draped mirror and away. "And a loaf if you've got enough for the old man."
"For da."
I put one aside. Marion wrapped the knots in wax paper and slipped the loaf into a sack. "You look like you didn't sleep." He gave a small bark of a laugh. "Slept like a gate in a windstorm. There's a thing I'd like to say that won't sound right, and will sound worse if I don't say it." He leaned an elbow on the counter, lowering his voice by habit. "When I shined the kettle this morning, I watched my hands. The left one." He lifted both, held them out. "In the kettle it finished the job before the right one did." "Old kettles are like old mirrors," Marion said too quickly. "They pull their own tricks." He nodded, but slowly, like a man who had put the argument in a pocket for later. "Father Dorian wants a word," he added. "At the church once you can spare it." She kept her face neutral, but her stomach sank. "Is it about last night?" "About the whole of things," he said, which meant yes. He set his coins on the counter, and for an instant they didn't clink. They made a slender, glassy sound, like the neck of a bottle touched by a fingernail. He flinched. So did Marion, though she made it look like a shrug. "Thank you," he said, and rushed the bell as he left, the little chime ringing twice, as if his shoulder had brushed it, and then its reflection had brushed it a beat later. When the morning rush emptied, she told Mrs. Hartley across the lane that she would be gone to the church and left the spare key in the flour tin. Mrs. Hartley, who had made a livelihood of knowing where people were going and what they would say when they got there, pretended not to notice the towel over the mirror. "Don't let Father Dorian send you home with a basket of scriptures," she called after Marion. "We don't have room on the shelf." Greybriar's church seemed taller on clear mornings, its stone like old bread, crusted and pale. Father Dorian was on the steps, shoulders narrow under his black coat, as if his bones were strings pulled too tight by the set of his jaw. "You look like a man who slept with a book under his head," Marion said by way of greeting. He winced a ghost of a smile. "I slept with my boots on. It felt sacramental." He gestured her inside. "Walk with me." The nave smelled of beeswax and rain. He didn't lead her to a pew, but down the side aisle to a door she hadn't noticed before, narrow and sunk into the stone. He carried a small key that looked older than both of them and turned it in the lock as if it might remember the way. The door opened into a cramped vestry where paper maps curled on pegs and a shelf sagged under the weight of things that churches needed because they were churches and things they kept because they were old. "There," Father Dorian offered. "It'll taste like the cupboard." "I'll make it," Marion said, if only to do something with her hands. She set water to heat over the tiny iron stove and listened to the little pop and tick of metal waking. Father Dorian took down a thin ledger, set it on the table, and opened it to a page where the ink had turned brown and faint. "I went looking," he said, "not for answers, for echoes." One fingertip smoothed the page, as if the script might stand up under his hand and introduce itself. "There are notes here that the last father made, and the one before him. Most observations you'd expect. Harvest failures, the way the lane floods if the ditch clogs, who married whom, who died, and how. And then every 20 years or so, a cluster of references. Nothing I could call more than shy. Shy references," Marion said around the cough in her throat. "To what?" He tapped the page. "To fog that arrived early and stayed late.
To hymns that sang themselves.
To looking glasses." He glanced up to make sure she didn't think him theatrical. "A note here." He read aloud, the words small but steady. "Warn Mrs. Carter to cover all mirrors until change of season." Her elder boy drew pictures of the well in the steam on the window again. Laughter heard under the hymn. He turned a page with careful fingers. Another. Borrowed 4 sheets from the inn, hung them in front of the nave's windows until fog lifted. Little one stopped playing Shadow Hand. "What's Shadow Hand?" Marian asked. He closed the ledger a moment, pressing it flat. "Children's game, from what I can tell. 2 children stand on either side of a window at dusk. They lay their palms to the glass exactly opposite." He lifted both his hands and held them facing each other, a small theater of his own skin. "They say a rhyme. The rhyme invites company." He looked away. "We say many things to make our hearts braver. Some of those things have teeth." The kettle ticked louder. Marian poured water and let the tea steep long enough to stain. "The twins," she said. "You saw what the music did last night." His jaw worked once. "I did. I think I pretty well made peace over the years with not knowing how the Lord wishes to be praised, whether he prefers tuneful or simply willing. But I confess I am troubled when people hear voices that are not in the room." He closed the ledger and rested both hands on it. "Especially when the voices are dead. They look at people as if they've been waiting for them," Marian said. "They came to my door. Father Dorian went very still. And you let them linger?" "I told them to go home." "Where is that?" "They said here. They say that for everything that should end with an address." She set his mug on the table. "They don't wet in fog. They don't blink when they should. And when I stood by the well..." She stopped, mouth gone dry. He waited. "I saw a hallway," she said. "Not the inn, not any of the cottages I know. Papered with peonies. A child's toy horse fallen on its side." He looked down at his hands and then up again. "I saw that hallway too," he said. "But when I stepped to it, it turned to ripples. They drank tea like it could construct a small wooden fence around their thoughts. Through the wall, the nave was being swept, a dull whisk-whisk of straw, a soft clack where pew met broom." Father Dorian let the sound stand between them a moment. "I'm going to ask you a thing that will make you scold me," he said. "Will you try to visit them? In daylight. With me." He raised a hand. "I know what you're going to say." "You don't know what I'm going to say," she said, surprised to find she wasn't sure herself. "You're going to say we should chase the wolves out of the village before they learn the lanes." He grimaced a smile. "Yes, if wolves wore shoes and bowed their heads like polite children." He took a breath. "If there is a game here, I'd like to change the rules before we find we've been playing too long." She thought of her father's breath snagging on some invisible lint in his chest. She thought of the mirror and the 2 pale shapes in it that had not been in the room. She thought of Mrs. Pater's small, broken Agnes in the square. "Yes," she said, "but we leave if they ask us to go. Or if I say we should." He nodded. "I listen more than I look brave. Everyone thinks you stand in the front of the church for the view," she said and smiled. It felt borrowed. "Where do you think they are?" "If I were a thing that leaned on looks," he said slowly, "I'd stand where looks collect."
"The old well," Marian said.
"The glaziers," she added, unexpected. "The shop front is all glass." People stop and pat their hair in it. Mrs. Pater stares at herself every morning and tells the glass her day's errands like a confession. She winced at her own unkindness. She isn't vain. She's lonely. "Lonely people hold mirrors like mouths that want feeding," Father Dorian said, and the thought sounded so terrible and true that they sat quiet a full minute tasting the shape of it. They left by the side door. Outside, the morning had gone on with its business. Geese argued in the lane. A boy ran with a hoop. Someone somewhere dropped a pot and swore, and then laughed because a neighbor had heard. The well stood in its former fog, demoted now to a wet halo on the stone around it. The glazier's keeping sat across from the square, its window a clean, unblinking eye. Father Dorian walked with the authority of a man who'd chosen his pace and would not be hurried by weather or worry. Marian kept a pace beside him, her hands inside her sleeves as if carrying small birds. The glazier, Mr. Pell, was tuning a pane in a wooden frame when they arrived, fingertips at the edges, ear bent to catch the song the glass makes when it's true. He was a narrow man whose hair had surrendered its color all at once rather than gradually, leaving him looking as if a ghost had borrowed his head for a season. "Father." "Miss Wexley," he said, not surprised. "The glazier shop taught a man to expect visitors. You're here about Mrs. Pater." Marian's heart hopped and then held. About her what? "You haven't heard?" He set the frame very gently on the bench. The motion was the opposite of clumsy. It was practiced care that made even breathing look dangerous. "I suppose you wouldn't if you came straight from the church. She hasn't been seen since dawn." Father Dorian's mouth opened, closed. "She goes early to her sister's grave," he said, as if saying it aloud would make it more likely. "Perhaps she—" Mr. Pell shook his head. Her neighbor watched her cross the square. "She stopped at my window, she always does, and stood there longer than made sense to anyone. Then the fog." He frowned at the sky as if to ask where to send a complaint. "Put a patch down just at knee height. And then she was not there. Not the way you mean it." He looked at Marian, deciding that women could hear this kind of thing better. It felt like a person who had been standing on a rug, and the rug was pulled, and they went too. "Did you look for prints?" Marian asked. "Mud. I did. And found what I found." He gestured them to the window. The glazier's front was a single piece of pane propped in lead, reflective in this light like a quiet pond. The fog left a handprint a child could have made, but not by the door. "Here." He pointed, and Marian's skin prickled so finely it felt like she was hearing with it. The print lay not on the outside surface, where a person would press a hand to peer in, but faintly within the glass itself, as if fingers had fogged the air on the far side. The fingers were narrow and a little crooked at the tips, with the faintest suggestion of swollen joints, a woman who kneaded bread and rang a bell, who had gripped a handrail too hard when the grief took her. Marian pressed her knuckles to her mouth. "Oh," she said, because the body sometimes makes the mouth agree there is a world. "Some will say I polished badly," Mr. Pell added softly. "You cannot argue with what people need to think in order to walk home. But I was here. I looked up from the lead and saw Mrs. Pater standing where you are. She had that look she has when she's hearing Agnes speak. And then she stepped forward and wasn't there. And then he tapped the pane addresslessly. "This." "Well, look," Father Dorian said. He put one palm on the window frame, as if it were a shoulder. "Keep folk away just for now. If they need to look, let them look from the road." Mr. Pell nodded. "I'll hang the sheet." He fetched a muslin drop cloth and climbed the stool and tacked the cloth along the top rail, so it fell over the pane in a long white curtain. As it sluiced down, Marian thought, though she knew it was only a trick of the fold and the light, she saw a face in the glass, palms lifted, mouth moving. "Agnes," she whispered before she could stop herself, and then bit the word in half so it wouldn't escape. They crossed to the well. The stones were wet and lovely and merciless. Father Dorian set both hands on the rim and leaned to the dark, not foolish enough to tip too far. "If there's a mouth in the village," he said, "this is it." "Do you hear something?" Marian asked low so as not to teach the air new tricks. "At first only my blood," he said with a wan smile. He closed his eyes. "Now, perhaps a bit of singing, I don't know. No words. Human throats trying a tune they learned from a place that doesn't need air." Marian swallowed. "The children." "I thought," he said without opening his eyes, "I might prefer wolves." A long breath. He straightened. "Don't make me say this as a priest for a moment," he added, and managed to sound like a man who remembered being a boy, climbing a wall he shouldn't. "Make me say it as Dorian, who went to school in a town that had two nasty brothers everyone called the Bells. We do not touch what they ask us to touch." "I wasn't going to," Marian lied. "I know better than anyone that when someone says, 'come and see,' they've already decided you will." They stood a moment like people on a cliff, wind in their coats, thinking about falling and also about not falling. "Marian." They turned. The twins stood a little way off, where the line between public and private attention is drawn. It was daylight, and they were the same, pale, exactly paired. Their coats were clean, their hair combed, their faces as smooth and clear as the noon sky. Each held a small object in their free hand. Marian could not see what at first, They curled their fingers gently around it, possessive and tender. Father Dorian's hand found Marion's sleeve. He stood slightly in front of her, without moving her. He nodded to the twins with a schoolmaster's civility. "Good morning." "Good morning," they said, the girl first, the boy a beat later. "Did you sleep?" Marion asked because her body insisted on the rituals that made the day stand up straight. "We watched," the boy said. "We heard," the girl said. "What did you hear?" Father Dorian asked, and kept his voice so easy it was almost a kindness. "Knocking," they said together. Marion's skin pulled cold. "Where?" The twins' eyes went to the glazier's sheeted window. A small, fractional smile, not cruel, appreciating an answer given. "What are those?" Father Dorian asked lightly, indicating the objects in their hands. The children looked down, and then up again. They held their palms out and uncurled their fingers. In each small hand lay a shard of something like glass and not glass, not sharp, edges worn as if water had loved them a long time. The pieces were curved in a very particular way, such that two together might make a circle the size of a hand mirror. "Did you take those from somewhere?" Father Dorian asked, gentle as a man with a feral dog.
"They were given," the boy said.
"They were left," the girl said. "For us," they said together, and their fingers closed around the pieces as if on instinct, the way a sleeping child's hand closes around a mother's finger when she presses it there. Father Dorian's smile held. "Who gave them?" The twins turned their heads with slow, perfect precision toward the well. Marion's heart thudded once, and then found a faster gait. "Don't play at riddles," she heard herself say, her voice low and honest, and trembling with a fury she wasn't expecting. "A woman is missing, and you're standing by the place where we last saw her reflection." The girl's eyes widened, surprised perhaps. The boy tilted his head a degree. It was the first time they had looked young. "We don't take," the girl said. "We open." "Doors that were already there," the boy said. "Where do they go?" Father Dorian asked. "Rooms," they said, brightening, pleased to be understood. "Rooms people made by looking too long. Rooms with the shape of the things they wished for, and the things they were afraid of, and the things they hid." The boy smiled, small. "Rooms where their voices are the right temperature." Temperature, Father Dorian repeated quietly, as if filing the word. "And if someone were to go inside such a room, they would be with their right sound," the girl said. "And if the door closed?" Marion asked. The twins looked at her without malice, and it made it worse. "Doors always close after," they said. The wind riffled the muslin over Mr. Pell's window. It made the sheep billow and breathe. Marion had to press her palms together to keep from running and tearing it down. "Where are your parents?" she asked, because there had to be a human answer somewhere. There had to be a woman who had lost sleep and was worrying now over a pair of coats that might not come home for dinner. The twins looked at each other, and then at Marion the way owls look at the mouse that has asked what time it is.
"We were made," they said.
"By whom?" Their joined fingers pressed together until their knuckles blanched. They lifted their free hands and traced a small circle in the air, exactly the size of a looking glass. "By what you hide from when you cover the mirror," the girl said. "By what you become when you stare a long time," Marion thought, and nearly said it aloud. Father Dorian gave her sleeve a fractional tug. "Time to be somewhere else for a moment," he murmured. She did not move. "Mrs. Pater," she said, and the name came out as if it had been waiting in her lungs. "Is she safe?" The twins considered the question like a puzzle with one too many answers.
"She is warm," the boy said.
"She is being listened to," the girl said. "By whom?" They turned their heads toward the sheeted window again. A sudden, sharp sound came from behind the muslin. No, not from behind, but within, like hail pattering inside a jar. Marion lurched forward. Father Dorian's hand tightened on her sleeve, and she shook him off. She crossed the square in 3 steps and stood with her face inches from the muslin. Her breath pressed damp through to the cloth. "Mrs. Pater," she said. "Eliza." The sound stilled. She felt the village stop, too, the way a barnyard quiets when a hawk's shadow passes. Father Dorian came to stand beside her, not touching the cloth. The twins remained near the well, watching them with grave attention, as if learning a new verse in a song. "Eliza," Marion said again, softer now. "It's Marion Wexley. From across the lane with the bread you don't buy, because you say it makes you think of Sundays." She waited, knowing she was being foolish and knowing, too, that there are kinds of foolishness that push doors open. Something like a hand moved across the muslin from beneath. No weight, only the impression of fingers flexing behind light. It left 5 damp crescents that seeped through, slow and clean. Marion's heart pounded up through her collar into her mouth. She tasted iron. Father Dorian said, very quietly, "Eliza, if you can hear me, step away from whatever door you're standing at. Don't put your hand to it again." A sound came then that was not a voice and not an animal, and not the wind. The closest it came to anything human was the first syllable of a sob, held and held until it turned into something like a hum. The muslin shivered. Mr. Pell, white to the lips, reached for the stool as if he would take the sheet down and then, seeing Father Dorian's face, let his hand fall. The twins drifted closer, without quite stepping. The girl's eyes shone, and for an unbearable second they looked like a little girl who could not help but clap at a trick. The boy, as if remembering something, closed his fingers around his curved shard and held it against his chest, right over his small, symmetrical heart. "Stop," Marion said to them, and surprised herself with the words clean blade. The girl blinked. The boy's mouth opened a fraction and closed. "We didn't begin it," the girl said. "We can't stop what we didn't start," the boy said, but softer. "Who began it?" Father Dorian asked, and now his voice carried the iron he saved for when he walked between 2 men who'd had too much ale and remembered old insults. "Say a name." The twins looked toward the well again. The boy said, "The mirror that was promised." The girl said, "The one that came to Greybriar wrapped in cloth a long time ago and was never unwrapped all at once." She tilted her head like a bird. "You keep it where you keep names you don't say unless you must." Father Dorian's mouth tightened. Marion turned to him. "There is something," she said, not a question. "There is always something," he said, and for the first time since she had known him, she heard anger in his voice. "Long before my time, they hauled up from the well a pane of something that was not stone and not water. They called it a blessing because men like to name a thing so it joins the family." He swallowed. "We hid it because we did not know how to love it. And now it's cutting the family it joined," Marion said. "There's a place below the vestry," he said. "And before you give me a look, yes, I say my prayers over it, and yes, I keep it wrapped, and yes, I was told by a man I respected that if I threw it back in, the well would throw it back up because we sent it the wrong way the first time." Marion shut her eyes a moment. "Then we go to it. We do nothing with our hands while the village is looking," he said quietly. "And we do nothing without my saying a thing I ought to say as a priest. If this is a test, I'm not sure who's sitting the exam." A cry came from the lane above the square. People turned quick as a school of fish. A boy ran pelting down the slope, hair stuck to his forehead with sweat. "The smith," he shouted, grabbing air with his words. "Mr. Crane. He can't find Nora." Marion's chest went hollow. Nora Crane, the smith's little girl, with 2 missing teeth and a smile like the sun remembering itself after rain. The crowd widened to make a channel without deciding to, and Mr. Crane barreled through it a moment later, big shoulders heaving, hands black with soot and shaking. "She was at the trough with the foal," he gasped. "I turned to fetch the rasp, turn and back, and she was gone. No sound. No." His face folded in on itself on that last word, like a bellows losing air. Marion, who had never had a child and loved all children with the longing of a woman who might have, felt the world tilt. She reached for the nearest solid thing and found Father Dorian's sleeve. He steadied her and then stepped forward, hand raised. "We'll find her," he said, and he gave the crowd what a priest can give when it's nearly false. Something to hold that isn't the truth, but is strong enough to get you to the next sentence. Search. People scattered with purpose. Men went toward the smithy, women toward the creek and laundries, 2 boys toward the orchard, a girl toward the schoolyard where the oak's roots made a web in the ground that always caught a marble. Marian turned to follow the pull toward the trough and the foal and the stall with the rope halter, and the twins, already watching her, stepped into her path as if they had been standing there a decade waiting for that exact moment. "Miss Wexley," they said together, solemn as invited guests at a wake, "we can show you where a door just closed." For a heartbeat, it was silent enough in Marian's body that she heard her own blood take 2 steps. Father Dorian's hand came down on her shoulder, not to stop her, but to remind her there was a hinge in the world and she could choose which way to swing. "Show me," she said, "but no, I will not go into any room you open." They nodded together, like 2 taller candles agreeably bowing to a draft. "You won't have to," the girl said. "You've already looked there," the boy added. They led her up the lane at a walking pace no one could call disrespectful, through the smell of horse and hay and hot iron that rubbed at the throat, to the smithy's yard. Mr. Crane's hammer lay in the dust where a hand had dropped it without knowing it would. The foal stood exactly as still as a foal can stand, the whites of its eyes thin and bright, had cocked toward the empty space by the water trough as if addressed by something it could not choose to ignore. The twins stopped at the trough. Water trembled in it, not from a breeze, but the way water trembles when someone nearby inhales and no one can see who. The girl lifted her closed hand and set her curved shard gently on the rim. It made no sound at all. The boy set his beside it. The 2 pieces did not touch, and Marian was grateful, because she knew without needing to find out that if they met, they would make a whole. "Look," the twins said softly. Marian bent over the water. In it she saw the sky, bleached and tired, her own face, less present than it had felt all morning, the crooked dormer on the smithy roof, a white ribbon snagged in the trough's edge, a little girl's hair thing, wedded to limpness. And then, as her eyes adjusted to a thing that was not light, a rectangle formed in the bottom of the trough. Not a piece of glass, not a plank. A door-shaped knot thing, a shape darker than the water, and yet, impossibly, brighter in its edges. Pressure built behind her eyes. She felt, like a tide, the urge to lean closer and knock. She stood up so fast she saw black. "No," she said to the door and to herself and to the children and to whatever in the air was waiting for the word. The twins watched her with a species of admiration. "You hear it," the boy said, and meant it as a compliment. Father Dorian was already speaking to Mr. Crane, his hands on the man's shoulders, voice pitched to catch a man who had stepped into a fall. "We will widen our looking," he said. "We will ask the well, and we will go to the creek, and we will." He saw Marian's face and stopped. "What?" She told him in 3 sentences, clean and without adjectives, because men can drown in adjectives. He nodded, jaw working. "Good." It should have sounded mad. It sounded practical, the way a man ties a rope around his waist before going into the river. He turned to Mr. Crane. "You are not going to look into any water until I tell you you may." Mr. Crane's eyes, raw, red-rimmed, ferocious, found Father Dorian's and then slid to Marian's and then landed on the twins. His big hands lifted a fraction, as if to seize their matching collars. He did not. The strength it took for him not to was a sound in the air. "You," he said to the twins, and the word was an anvil. "If you can show me—" "They can't show you without asking you to pay," Marian said, but gently, and she watched the way the words struck him and changed shape and then lodged in a place that would stop his feet. "Come to the church," Father Dorian said to the twins, and the invitation sounded like a warning, because it was. "Bring your gifts." "We will," the twins said, pleased, as if he had finally remembered his manners. They each picked up their curved shard. They turned to go, and then looked back at Marian, an afterthought. "Don't be frightened of doors," the boy said. "Be frightened of mirrors that think they are windows," the girl said, and then, because they were children, they smiled at her. It was small and sincere and almost kind, and Marian had to look away so she would not say something that would mark the day like a scratch on a pane. When they had gone, Father Dorian let out breath as if he had been holding it since he was 18. "I will fetch the key," he said to Marian, and though his voice tried to be a suggestion, it was already the start of a plan. "We'll go below the vestry." He glanced toward the square where the muslin breathed at the glaziers and toward the well that had been in Greybriar before Greybriar was Greybriar. And we will try to remember, when we stand in front of a thing that can see itself, who we are. Dorian, Marian said, and it was the first time she had used his Christian name without rolling it into father. If the thing below your church is a door, then we will not knock, he said, and the steadiness of him was a plank laid across a dark gap. They walked back through a village that had gone quiet in a new way, not the hush of fog, not the hush of illness, but the held breath of neighbors counting heads by habit and finding space between numbers. At the bakery door, Marian paused. "I'll bring the key to you," Father Dorian said. 1 hour. She nodded. She put her hand to the latch and felt, under her palm, the faintest warmth that did not belong to sun. The towel over the mirror in the back fluttered once without a draft. Somewhere down the lane a child, somebody else's, praise God, laughed. A bright bark like glass struck properly by a wet finger. Marian drew herself up. She set the kettle. She counted her steps. 1, 2, 3, the ridge and the cobbles. 4, 5, the split in the curb. 6, 7, 8, the bowed fence. The numbers loosened her thoughts. She pulled the towel from the mirror and, before the fear could thicken, looked full into it. Her face looked back, pale and pinpricked with flour, mouth set, eyes older than they had been yesterday. Behind her, in the reach of the doorway, stood the bakery as it was. Bin, stool, oven mouth. And behind that, deeper in the glass than the room could be, a small, square hallway papered in peonies, with a child's toy horse righted now and standing on all four legs, as if a girl named Nora had passed by, seen it fallen, and fixed it because there are kinds of kindness children cannot help. Marian set the towel back over the mirror and did not, for the space of 5 heartbeats, breathe at all. Then she breathed in, breathed out, and spoke aloud to the empty room as if it were a person she'd known all her life. "Stay," she said, and meant the village, the children, the priest, her father, the morning, the world, herself. Outside, the bell on the shop door rang once as if a hand had brushed it, and then, a beat later, rang again, a smaller echo, or the first one deciding it wasn't finished. Chapter 3. Below the Vestry. The hours stretched like pulled sugar. Marian baked by habit and not by thought, hands moving while her mind went everywhere it shouldn't. She set out 4 loaves, 2 lattice pies, a tray of buns that seemed to rise just to have something to do. Every few minutes, she checked the towel over the walnut mirror to make sure it hadn't slipped, though she knew it was tied tight. Once, she caught herself counting the knots aloud, 1, 2, and stopped because numbers had started to feel like doors that opened if you said them in the right order. When Father Dorian's knock came, it was 2 raps, then 1 a second later, as if a reflection were trying to keep time. "It's me," he called, and she let him in. He had the key in his palm and a look in his eyes that made him both 20 and 70 at once. Youthful with fear, old with duty. "Your father?" he asked.
"Sleeping," she said.
He took the draft and swore at it like a man who remembers strength by insulting medicine. "Good," Dorian said. "If he wakes, I'll tell him I'm counting the church linens with you," Marian said. "He'll laugh and call you a thief of a woman's time." "That's fair," Dorian said, and the corner of his mouth lifted with gratitude for humor in the cracks. They walked quickly through the square. Mr. Pell's window still wore its muslin shroud, billowing and settling as if something breathed. The well glistened. The twins were nowhere visible, which made Marian feel both relieved and watched. Inside the church, Dorian led her down the side aisle. He didn't go to the narrow vestry with the curling maps. He went further, to a lower door half hidden by a hanging of faded cloth embroidered with vines. He moved the cloth aside and showed her a stone lintel carved with leaves that had been worn smooth by centuries of hands. The key he carried was black with age. It turned with a stubborn, well-loved resistance, and the lock gave a sound like an old throat clearing. "Mind the step," he said, and held the door for her. Cold greeted them, the kind of cold that explains itself without apology. Stone, depth, little air. They went down a set of tight stairs. Dorian held the lamp high, and the flame leaned and lowered itself, sulky in the damp. The walls sweated. On one, a scratch of lichen had arranged itself into something that looked like a face if you wanted it to, and Marian decided not to want it. At the bottom, the passage opened into a chamber no larger than Mr. Pell's back room. Shelves lined two walls, brass candlesticks that had gone unpolished too long, baptismal bowls with hairline cracks, a wooden carving of a saint with one eye rubbed darker from 3 generations of affectionate thumbs. On the third wall hung a curtain of rough linen, the kind used to cover pews during painting. It had been nailed to a beam at the top and weighted at the bottom with a length of chain. Dorian breathed in, breathed out, and set the lamp on a bracket. The flame wobbled and steadied. "You're sure?" he asked, and it surprised her how much she loved him for offering her an exit even now. "No," Marian said, "but I'm here." He nodded. "Then we'll look once, and we'll name what we see, and then we'll cover it again, and we'll go back up and pretend to be ordinary people until we can't." "Agreed," she said, and tightened her shawl as if it could teach her skin to be brave. Dorian unhooked the chain, lifted the lower edge of the linen as if adjusting a skirt, and then, with deft, respectful hands, folded the cloth up, until the beam showed and the nails at the top were visible. Behind the curtain, propped in a cradle of timber, lay a pane the size of a grave marker. It was not glass, at least not the kind Mr. Pell dealt in. It had the look of something that had been in water a very long time and had learned patience from it. At first, Marian thought it was opaque. The surface held a grayness like standing fog. When Dorian brought the lamp closer, threads of light found their way in, and the pane became faintly translucent, like waxed paper held over a flame. Colors showed, not their own, but borrowed. The brass of a candlestick reflected as a tired gold, the blue in the hem of Dorian's coat becoming a bruised sky across the middle. "Keep your eyes on the edges," Dorian said softly. "The center pulls." Marian did as told. Along the edges, beneath the dim, beneath the breath of lamp, she saw rooms. Not like the trick in her mirror, not flattened like stage scenery. These had a depth that wanted to become more. A table with a lace cloth slightly askew. A stair with a pair of shoes on the third step. The foot of a bed with a quilt that had been gathered in someone's sleep. "How many?" she whispered. "As many as there are gazes," Dorian said. "It learns what we feed it." "Who dragged this up from the well?" Marian asked. "With what rope? With what right?" "There are names," Dorian said. "Men who wanted to be remembered as men who did a thing. One of them was my predecessor's predecessor, which sounds like distance until you realize he would have known the name of the woman who hemmed your mother's linen. We are not as wide in time as we like to pretend." She stepped nearer. "Do you hear it?" He closed his eyes. "I hear a low answering, like when you hum and a room hums back because you've struck its shape." He opened his eyes. "Don't put your hand on it." "I wasn't going to," she said, angry that he thought she might, more angry that some part of her had wanted to. "Talk to me," Dorian said. "Name the things you see." His voice had become a rope thrown across a gap. She did. "There's a kitchen, no, 3 kitchens. One with copper pots and a floor that would be cold to bare feet. One with a string of onions and a damp patch by the door. One with a child's drawing on the wall, charcoal horses, too many legs." She breathed in. "A hallway, the peony paper. I see it." Dorian followed her eyes and nodded, once sharp. "Good," he said, which was the kind of good a man says when he has to make a thing into a plan. "And there," Marian said, throat tight. "A window with muslin pinned up. It's Mr. Pell's pane, but on the other side." She didn't know how she knew it. She knew it. He took one step back. "Enough," he said gently. "We're naming our way to the places we don't want to stand." She nodded, and the nod took effort, like lifting something wet. He lowered the curtain, smoothing the linen as if putting a child to bed, and hooked the chain again. The room seemed to exhale. Marian did too. "Why not throw it back?" she asked, when she trusted her voice. "Why keep a door in the cellar of a church?" "Because for a long time it was quiet," Dorian said. "And because men are kinder than they are brave. They called it blessing so they wouldn't have to be the ones to send it away. And because if you throw a thing you don't understand into a well that has already thrown it up once, you tell the well you don't know what your hands are for. Do you think it wants people? Marian asked, the question horrible and bare. I think it wants attention, Dorian said. And we are a people who cannot pass a mirror without checking whether we are still the story we tell ourselves. He blew the lamp down, then shielded it to a low wick. We'll try what those old notes tried, he said. Cover the mirrors, black out panes, put sheets on windows at dusk so people see cloth and not themselves. We'll rope off the well and make men laugh at us while they obey. We'll find every bowl and basin and thing that holds a quiet, and we'll slop them out. We'll give folk work and light until their beds pull them down. And the twins? Marian asked. His mouth tightened. We treat them as children until they make that impossible. We do not lay hands. We do not invite. We do not repeat anything they say back to them, as if it were a prayer. Marian thought of the curved shards in the twins' hands. What are those?
Pieces, Dorian said.
This pane cracked a long time ago. Not broken, no mercy like that. It's sloughed in places. Those pieces got loose. They're like coins a river drops along its bed. Children find them. People keep them. They shine when the sky is wrong. He hesitated. If you see one in a house, you put a cup over it and you don't lift the cup again until I'm beside you. She nodded. We're making rules. We have to, he said, and the thread of iron ran true in his voice now. People live by rules they can see. They climbed the stairs. The higher air felt like a handkerchief pressed to a hot brow. In the nave, the light coming through the windows felt thinner, like tea brewed 3 times. Dorian slid the vine-embroidered cloth back over the door lintel and pressed it flat with his palm, as if to hide a page in a book. In the square, the sound had a new edge, anxious, industrious. Someone had found a ladder for Mr. Pell. He had tacked the muslin all the way round. A rope had been slung around the well at a respectful distance. Men stood there pretending to chat while making sure no child came near. Mr. Crane strode up and down with his big hands open and empty, and every few steps he touched his chest where his daughter's head would sit when she slept on him in a chair. Father, called a girl in a coarse blue dress. Do we cover the school windows? Yes, Dorian said, not faltering. All of them. And the wash house. And anyone who has a mirror bigger than a plate, cover it. Small looking glasses. Turn them face down and put a book on top. What about the river, Father? A boy called, half scornful the way boys must be to keep their hearts from splitting. The river is a river, Dorian said. It's a moving thing. Let it move. But no one looks into it without another person's hand on the back of their coat. There was a kind of reassurance in a man who could make rules faster than people could invent exceptions. Marian took it like a sip of water. She fetched bolts of muslin from the back of the bakery, the ones she had meant to use for cheese draining and never did, and pressed them into Mrs. Hartley's competent hands. If anyone gives you trouble, she said, tell them I owe you favors and you want to spend one. Favors, Mrs. Hartley said, knotting the cloth as if she were binding a wound. I've been keeping track for 20 years. Spend 3, Marian said. Take my whole purse if you need nails. She crossed to Mr. Crane and stood in front of him. He stopped because she was a woman and because she had flour on her sleeves and because men stop for women with flour on their sleeves. Mr. Crane, she said, and put her hand on his forearm. We're going to try a thing.
His face changed.
A thing, he repeated, the word enormous and frail. I've tried all the things in me. Then give me your hands, she said, which was not a thing she had meant to say. He held them out. She took them and turned them palm up. His lines were deep, his nails black. Look at me, she said. He did, terrible with the tension. We will not look into anything that can look back, she said. We will listen when the little ones say they hear knocking. We will walk away from every door that wasn't there yesterday.
She squeezed.
We will not say her name to anything that hasn't earned it. His mouth folded. He nodded. They took her ribbon, he said, and showed Marian the white strip in his fist. It was in the trough. She always loses ribbons. I always scold. I would like to scold her for a week straight. You will, Marian said, and meant it toward the world as a debt it owed. By late afternoon, Greybriar looked like it was afraid of light. Windows vanished under sheets. Mirrors lay face down like sleeping birds. Bowls were upturned. Even Mr. Flint had covered the long mirror behind the bar, though he swore and said he'd trip over his own feet without it. The bell on the church roof, silent during fog nights, hung like a promise in air that had cleared but not brightened. Marian went home to check her father and to feed him broth he'd pretend to hate. He sat up in bed, hair pointing every direction but forward, and eyed the lightless window. You making stars out of linens out there? He asked, trying for normal. We're covering things that like to be looked at, she said, spooning carefully.
Eat.
He did, obedient because it cost him less to obey than to argue. Between swallows, he said, Mrs. Pater, and she shook her head and saw him receive the shake and put it on the shelf next to the other ones he'd had to collect. Dorian and I went below the church, she said, when the bowl was empty and he'd stopped pretending to resent it. There's something under the linen there. A pain. She kept her voice even and left out the parts that would crawl into his lungs and live there. He nodded. I remember when I was a boy, and the women said to cover your looking things in thunder because lightning likes to show off in mirrors. Maybe they weren't wrong. We'll sleep with the mirror covered, she said. And the bowl turned. He caught her wrist. Girl, he said, you won't go where you can't get back from. No, she said. It wasn't a lie exactly. It was a promise to a version of herself she was trying to grow quickly. He smiled like a man who'd won the small victory of hearing the word he needed, then sank back and drifted. His breath sawed, then smoothed. Marian's breath learned to follow it. Dusk came sideways, shy of the draped windows, slipping in where the cloth didn't quite meet the sill. The square muffled itself. Somewhere the twins might have stood. Somewhere a sheet on a window breathed. Somewhere Dorian counted keys. Marian put on her shawl. She wrapped bread and cheese in a cloth and put them in a basket as if she were a person who might be hungry later. She took a stub of candle in her pocket because a lamp makes too much certainty and a candle asks the room to meet it halfway. Then she went back to the church. Father Dorian was on the steps, as if he hadn't moved since morning. He had, of course, there were smudges on his cuffs and a nail had nicked his thumb. He had the ledger under his arm, as though if the present leaked too far he could sop it up with the past. He looked at Marian, and his eyes said thank you for coming, the way a man looks at a friend he knows will walk into a strange room at his side. Ready? He asked.
No, she said.
But yes. They slipped inside. The nave was a tunnel of shadows, few backs like ribs. Dorian led her not down but across, through the quiet, to the vestry with maps. He shut the door and slid the latch, a small, human sound against stone. He put the ledger on the table and opened it and looked down at the crabbed script as if it could lend him spine. We will try the old ways, he said, more to himself than to her. Sing with no looking. Pray with nothing shining. Keep the children home after dark. No washing that reflects. No kettle polished. No knife sharpened enough to show your teeth. And if the twins come? Marian asked. We give them nothing to open, he said. We speak of fields and flower. We treat them like the weather. We respect them. We don't argue with them. We put buckets where the leaks are. A sound rose in the nave. Not footsteps, a low, unanimous murmur like snow sliding off a roof. Dorian froze. Marian's skin went tight. Father, came a voice from the doorway of the vestry. A man, breathless with the politeness of a person interrupting ceremony. There at the door. Who? Dorian asked, though he knew. The little ones, the man said. And something else. Dorian straightened, gathered his coat around him the way a captain might gather a cloak before stepping onto a storm deck. He lifted his hand to Marian. It wasn't a stay. It wasn't a come. It was the gesture of a man saying, decide, and I will make space for your choice. She went with him.
Of course she did.
The door to the nave gave on the square, where the dim lamplight from behind cloth made the air look poured and heavy. The twins stood in the center, as if the village were a painting, and they the vanishing point everything else led to.
They held hands.
In their free hands, they held their curved shards, edges dulled by time and dangerous anyway. Around them, people stood in a ring without having formed one, distance held by a common thought. Close, but not too close. Between the twins on the cobbles lay a third piece. It was larger than theirs. It lay with its convex side up, like a shield set down by a very tidy soldier. It caught the lamplight in a way that made no sense. Lamps dulled, and yet this thing held a small sun in its belly. "We found it," the twins said together, voices smooth and harmless. It called. Dorian drew breath to speak. The air in front of his mouth changed. The small sun in the shard flickered. Marian looked into it because she was tired and past fear, and because she had promised herself she would not look and wanted, for one clean second, to do the wrong thing on purpose. In the sprung light, a little girl's face flashed up, so quick it could have been made of nerves. 2 teeth missing, eyes wide as if she were delighted by a trick she had learned how to do just now. "Nora," Marian said, helpless, and saw Mr. Crane break. The twins lifted their joined hands. The shard on the ground vibrated, a thin, bell-like hum that found the hollow places in people the way a note finds a glass. The muslin on Mr. Pell's window shifted, though no wind moved. The rope around the well tightened with its own accord, as if it had remembered what it was for. "Don't," Dorian said, low and firm and speaking to everyone, including the stones. "We can open it," the twins said, simple as children offering to lift a latch. "No," Dorian said, and stepped forward, and the word was not a plea, but a rule. The shard's light guttered a fraction. The twins blinked, once, perfect and together, like 2 eyes shut to a too bright room. "We can open it," they said again, but softer, as if testing whether desire could be made into permission. Marian found her own voice. "If you can open it," she said, and her words rang in the quiet like cutlery set down on a table. "You can close it too." The twins turned their faces to her with a warmth that felt worse than cold. "We close things after," the boy said, in the tone of a child explaining house rules. "Close this before," she said. They stood very still. Then, childlike, they looked to Dorian for a verdict. He nodded once. "Close." The girl stooped with exquisite care and set her curved piece close to the larger one. Close, but not touching. The boy did the same on the other side. 3 crescents, a circle not yet whole. The hum thinned, changed, like a mouth trying another vowel. "Close," the twins repeated, not to Dorian now, but to the thing itself. The light inside the shard dimmed. For a heartbeat, Marian saw again the peony-papered hallway and the muslin, and a small hand pressed to something like glass from the wrong side. Then it all thinned, like breath on winter air, and was gone.
Gone.
Mr. Crane sobbed once in a way men don't, and then he was silent, because he understood that he had heard an ending and could not bear to make it a public thing. Dorian's shoulders lowered the smallest degree. Marian realized her fists hurt. She had been holding them like stones. The twins looked up, pleased with themselves, the satisfaction of children who have finished a chore. "We can do that," they said. "Close. Open. Close." "What makes the door decide?" Marian asked, voice hoarse. "Who makes it?" "Everyone," they said. "You look. You listen. We help." "Then help us without making more doors," Dorian said, and there was a note in his voice that Marian had never heard there. Command. The twins considered, and Marian had the sense, the awful, sweet sense, of watching 2 minds learn a new trick. "We can tell you," the girl said, "when someone is knocking from the wrong side." "And we can tell you," the boy said, "who is warm where they shouldn't be." "Then tell us," Dorian said. The twins turned as one, and everyone followed their eyes, across the square to the bakery, to the window with the towel tied over the walnut mirror, to the lamplight burning like a stubborn small hope. "In there," they said lightly, like announcing where a bird had flown. Marian's blood went scarce.
"No," she said. "No," then she ran.
She should not have run. Running sends messages into the world you can't take back. But she ran, because the word they had chosen had been light, and the lightness made it worse, and because her father was inside, and because she had told herself that if she had to choose between courage and speed, she would be cowardly later. The door thumped. The towel was still in place. The shop smelled of sugar and flour, and the ghost of heat. "Duh," she called, and her throat made it too bright. "Duh," he coughed, surprised by her panic. "I'm here," he called back, as though people could get lost going from bed to chair. "Stay," she said, because she had learned that word and liked the feel of it, and she went to the mirror and untied the towel with fingers that thought badly. The cloth fell. The walnut leaves shone dully. In the glass, she saw herself, heart in her mouth, eyes too big. Behind her, the bakery bin, stool, oven mouth behaved. And then, like a breath taken on the wrong beat, something stepped into the back of the room that wasn't in the room. A small figure, fair hair, mouth with its 2 missing teeth, eyes alight with a trick learned too soon. "Nora," Marian said, and the name this time was a plea. The figure smiled. She lifted her hand and pressed her palm to the inside of the glass, exactly where Marian's would be if she did the same. "Don't," Marian whispered. To herself, to the child, to the grief, to the rule and the pain below the church. Behind her, the door opened. Dorian came in quietly, his breath careful. Mr. Crane filled the doorway like a storm filling a field. "Marian?" Dorian said. She didn't move. "If I put my hand up," she said, "she will feel it." "Yes," Dorian said. "And then a door will appear," she said. "Yes." "And then I will go where I cannot get back from," she said. Dorian didn't say yes. He said, "You will turn around instead, and you will walk to your father, and you will sit down, and you will hold his hand until his breath reminds you who you are." The mirror waited. The child in it stood with patience children don't usually have. Marian lifted her hand. She lifted it so slowly, it might have been a flower growing. She stopped with an inch of air between palm and glass. "Stay," she said to the small figure, and to herself, and to Greybriar, and to the night, and to everything that wanted open. A single, soft knock came from the other side. It echoed against the panes of the covered windows across the square. It slid along the rope around the well. It found the curved shards in the twins' hands and made them hum. It went down, down, to the pane below the vestry and made the linen over it breathe. Marian lowered her hand. She turned. She walked to her father's room. She sat. She held his hand. She put her forehead to the blanket and laughed once, the way a person laughs when a bridge holds. In the bakery, the mirror dimmed. The small figure stood there a while, then turned and went back down a hallway papered in peonies toward a door that would close after. Outside, the twins looked at each other with identical little nods. "They're learning," they said, almost proud. "Teach them to shut doors," Dorian said, and for the first time, he sounded like a man giving orders to the weather. Night leaned in. The village held its breath. Somewhere a muslin sheet sighed. Somewhere a bell, not rung, made a small settling sound. Somewhere under stone, something waited for the next look. And all through the hours, whenever a hand lifted, a voice, kind, relentless, whispered the rule Greybriar had made for itself in a day. "Do not knock." Chapter 4, Shadow Hand. By morning the village had learned how to move without glancing. Men walked with their eyes on boot leather. Women poured water with their backs turned. Children were told a new litany. Don't touch, don't look, don't knock, until the words became the rhythm of their skipping ropes. Sheets hung over panes like bandages. Even the geese, irritable clergy that they were, stepped more softly near the well's new rope. Marian woke with flour on her sleeve and the taste of wax in her mouth, as if she had not a candle in her sleep. Her father snored in gentle stops and starts. She stood in the doorway and watched his chest rise, pause, remember itself, rise again. On the kitchen table, the walnut mirror lay face down beneath the tea towel. She kept the towel tied with a double knot, then tied a second towel around the first because a knot could be a ritual as well as a fastening. She took the tray of morning buns to the inn at first light and kept her eyes on the street, counting paving seams like rosary beads. Mr. Flint banged the counter with cheer he'd hammered into shape. "Bread for the living," he said, "and a sheet over my mirror, so I don't have to see the man I've become." "An improvement," Marion said, setting down the tray. Around them, the common room buzzed with the industrious fear of people who'd been given tasks in the place of answers. Mr. Heaps, hat in his hands, was telling anyone who'd stand still that his kettle had shown his left hand finishing a job before his right again, and he'd thrown a towel over it for insubordination. Mrs. Hartley had already organized 3 women to tack muslin to the laundries. The river's a river, but the washtubs are liars, and kept a 4th running back and forth with a basket of nails and a hammer wrapped in cloth so it wouldn't shine. Father Dorian came in with his ledger tucked against his ribs and a soft nick on his cheek that looked like he had nearly walked into the corner of a shelf in a hurry. "The bell will ring at noon," he announced, and all the heads turned toward him as if the sound had already broken the air. "Not for any service. For standing still and breathing while it is a sound, you know." A murmur of assent, the relief people feel when someone has declared a small, doable thing. "Father," Mr. Pell called from the doorway, white as chalk and unapologetic about it. "I'm keeping the sheet up, but there's something," he swallowed. "The cloth is damp where a hand would be if a hand were on the other side." "Leave it," Dorian said, brisk in the way briskness can be kind. "We will visit later with company and rule-making." Marion set her empty tray on the counter and took a cup of weak tea she hadn't asked for and Mr. Flint hadn't charged her for. When she turned to leave, the door opened and struck her sleeve. 2 small, neat shapes slipped into the room with the inevitability of weather. The twins, hand in hand, pale as steam. They paused just inside the threshold, receiving the room's attention the way a stone receives rain, indifferent and transforming. Mr. Flint's face arranged itself into hospitality, the way a man's will when he is not sure if he is greeting guests or giving alms to wolves. "You'll be wanting what? Milk? A heel of bread?"
"We're not hungry," they said.
The boy a half-beat behind the girl as always. Their eyes found Marion the way a door finds the person with the key. "Good morning," Father Dorian said, placing his body between them and the counter by degrees, too polite to be insult. "We have new rules." "We like rules," the girl said, pleased. "They draw lines you can see," the boy added. "Then you'll like this one," Dorian said. "No games with glass. No opening where there is no handle. No teaching children any rhyme you know." The twins' heads tilted in the same direction, 2 spoons in a drawer. "We don't teach," the girl said. "We remember," the boy said. "The game has a name," Marion heard herself say, the words stepping out of her mouth before she could decide whether to keep them. "Shadow hand. You stand at a pane at dusk." 1 child each side, the twins finished together, bright and helpful. Palms exactly opposite, fingers spread. "You say the rhyme." "No rhyme," Dorian snapped, and Ian's rafters seemed to bend toward him as if to listen better. "We don't repeat doors out loud." The twins did not look chastised. They looked amused, then thoughtful, the way children do when a new rule adds a shoulder to the game they intend to lean on. "If you don't say the rhyme," the boy said, "the door opens in a different room." "We prefer to see it," the girl added, a whisper of complaint perfectly ordinary and thus the most terrible thing about her. "It's neater when we're there." "Out," Mr. Flint said suddenly, flat and kind, as if ushering drunks who would thank him tomorrow. "You little lambs," he added, and Marion could not tell if he meant it, "out into the morning and leave my customers the work of their bread." The twins went because doors had started to close for them. They did not look wounded. They looked interested in the sensation of being refused. They drifted back onto the square, where the well sat roped and lovely, and the muslin breathed over the glazier's window like a lung that never tired. "Father," Mr. Pell said from the doorway, voice low. "They stood in front of my pane at dawn. They didn't make a mark. The cloth made one." "We will come," Dorian said, "with hymn books." "Hymn books?" Marion asked when they'd stepped outside into a morning that smelled like wet rope and cooling bread. The twins were 3 doors down, watching a cat try to decide whether to look at its own reflection in a rain barrel. The cat decided not to look and washed a paw with ferocious disinterest instead. "Words heavier than looking," Dorian said. "I don't know if we can weigh down a door with paper and tune, but I'm willing to find out." They crossed to Mr. Pell's. The cloth over the big pane had indeed gone damp in a clear oval at shoulder height, then dry, then damp again, like breath. Marian did not say Eliza aloud. Mr. Pell's mouth twitched. A man learning how to not polish a thing that wants to be polished. "It's worse in the back," he said, grim pleasure in doing the day's frightening task thoroughly. "I've stacks of small panes. Some are secondhand. People bring me the ones that warp faces and ask me to sell them cheap to neighbors they don't like." He led them into the workroom where glass leaned in frames against the walls, sheets like sleeping water. He had covered most with old curtains, shawls, whatever cloth a man who deals in transparent things keeps against a day like this. Between two half-draped panes, a child's palm print bloomed, a print that could not belong to a hand that had ever touched a window in Mr. Pell's shop.
The fingers were damp crescents.
The heel of the hand had a tiny whirl, as if the glass had learned the trick of skin. Dorian opened his ledger with a small flourish meant as encouragement for himself. "We will write it down," he said, and the act, ink on paper, scratch of pen, steadied the room as surely as a bolt through a hinge. Marian stared at the whirl and felt a verse in a language she didn't speak tremble at the back of her throat. She pressed her lips together until the words had to find another mouth. A clatter from the lane cut the quiet. Wood on stone. Voices pitched high in the register of alarm children adopt when they are not yet crying but are instructing the world to arrange itself properly. Dorian lifted his head. Marian was already moving. In the narrow street by the schoolhouse, a circle of children ringed a broken crate and a small sheet of window glass propped against a milk can. Two little girls stood on either side of the pane, palms lifted, faces solemn and defiant. A white ribbon, Nora Crane's twin, trailed from one girl's braid. "Stop," Marian said, and the word was a stick thrown across a runaway wheel. The girls turned, startled, guilty with the beautiful guilt of those not yet practiced at it. The glass slid on the can and hopped on the cobbles, chiming like a coin dropped by a careless saint. The children scattered in instinctive guilt, then froze because the adults didn't chase them. The adults came toward them like weather. "Who taught you?" Dorian asked, voice low enough that no one felt named and high enough that no one could pretend. A boy with a gap where a tooth would be soon raised his hand as if this were school, and he had a fact. "Shadow hand, father," he said helpfully, then flinched because to name a door is to set its latch quivering. "We didn't say the words," he added quickly, trading truth for permission the way children do. "We were only putting our hands. Hands are enough," Dorian said, and the adults in the lane heard it as instruction. The children heard it as a dare and shivered with the strange delight of being frightened properly. Marian bent and picked up the glass carefully, not with her fingertips, but with a rag from her pocket, the way one handles a hot pan. The surface was clean. Her own reflection made a pale ghost in it. Behind her, the twins had arrived, of course, as if the lane had opened a path and their small shoes had found it without walking. "Don't," the girl said, softly, and it took Marian a half-second to understand that the child was speaking to her, not to the gathered children. "If you cover it, it makes a room somewhere else hungrier." "What happens if it gets very hungry?" Marian asked, still looking at the glass. The boy blinked, polite. "It knocks louder." Dorian moved his body between the twins and the pane. "We will do this our way," he said. "We'll smother every mouth with cloth and teach every hand to keep company with its own palm." He looked at the gathered children and softened his voice to the tone that finds children's ears without treating them as dolls. "There's a new game," he said. "It's called Shut the Door." Groans and a ripple of laughter. Because children are not cruel by nature, but they do understand satire. "How do you play?" asked the gap-toothed boy, interested to spite himself. "You stand on opposite sides of a closed door," Dorian said. "You put your palms against the wood. You see if you can feel the other person's warmth." "That's nothing," a girl protested, because her tongue had not yet learned the taste of fear. "You say that until you learn it is everything," Dorian said. If you can feel someone through wood, you aren't alone. He glanced at Marion, and she saw that the game was more for men like Mr. Crane than for any child whose hand would go flat against a door today. They set the children to racing to the schoolhouse and back, palm to door, name your partner, and the lane filled with slap and shout, a better music than any hymn for that hour. The twins watched with patient interest, as if the village were performing a play for their assessment. "Why do you stay?" Marion asked them suddenly, the way a person asks a question at the exact right moment without planning it. "You open the doors. You close them. You could go anywhere." "We like when people learn," the girl said simply. "We like when rooms get the right sound," the boy added. "And Greybriar, does it have the sound you like?" "It will," they said, without cruelty. "You are close to saying something important out loud." "What?" Marion asked. Her mouth had gone dry, with the greed to know. The way the mouth goes dry before a lie and a truth both. The twins looked past her toward the church, as if listening to a bell that hadn't rung yet. "Whose mirror is the oldest?" they said. Dorian's head turned slowly. "Below the vestry," he said. "And what sits in your house, Marion?" "Walnut leaves," she said softly. "My mother's. It was old when she was young." She felt foolish, and then she felt the edge of the foolishness sharpen into a blade she should have noticed years ago. It warps the corners. It's patient. The twins smiled like teachers whose student has finally heard the alphabet sing. "The old ones learned our names first," the girl said. "They've been saying them in pieces ever since." "And the pane below your church was the first door," the boy said, "but people built little doors after, because that is what people do when they are given an edge. They press." "Are there more pieces?" Dorian asked. His voice did not quite hide the way a new inventory list began writing itself behind his eyes. "Always," the twins said. "The world sheds itself into rooms." The bell rang at noon, clear, bright, ordinary, like a glass held to the light to see if it's clean. People stopped where they stood and breathed because they had been told to. Marion stood with her palms pressed flat against her apron because she had to press them somewhere. Across the square, Mr. Crane stood with his head bowed and his fists open as if waiting for weight. After, the day went back to its careful work. Men roped basins and appended troughs, then laughed at themselves for roping basins and appending troughs. Women tied cloth with knots that would teach hands not to fidget. Father Dorian turned the ledger's pages and wrote, "Sheet on glaziers. Damp at noon. Little ones cried." Stopped, Mr. Crane breathing, because history is a kind of spell you cast toward tomorrow. Marion went home to feed her father. He ate like a man bargaining with his lungs. A spoon for a breath, a spoon for a cough he'd hold back until he'd earned it. "How many doors did you shut today?" he asked, trying to make the word door into a trivial household thing. "Enough to make me tired," she said. "Not enough to make me proud." He patted her hand. "You were always greedy that way, wanting to fix a thing right to the bottom." "Someone has to," she said, and meant it as an apology for the person she was when she was most herself. She set the bowl in the sink, turned the small mirror toward the wall, adjusted the towel over the walnut frame by habit, and felt the smallest scratch under the towel's edge, a roughness that hadn't been there yesterday. She slipped the towel aside with 2 fingers as if pulling back a dressing. Along the inside of the walnut, tucked where would met glass, something had worked a thin line into the frame. Not a crack, a seam. It ran a neat arc of fingers length long, not random but curated, as if it wanted to meet another arc and complete a circle. She pressed the pad of her thumb to it. The seam was warmer than the wood around it, warm the way a child's forehead is when the fever's deciding whether to stay. "Don't," she said to herself, to the seam, to the very idea of completion. She tied the towel tighter and then took a length of twine from the drawer and bound the whole thing around like a parcel that could not be returned. Evening came quieter, not because the village had been lulled, but because it had chosen quiet as a rule. No hymn tonight. Father Dorian had said prayers around the square with his hat in his hand and his voice low, as if talking to a sick room that might sleep if addressed properly. The twins did not appear. The muslin at Mr. Pell's hung heavy with a damp that could have been condensation and could have been longing. Marian sat by the hearth with her father and told him a story he had told her when she was little so that he could tuck himself into the shape of a man who didn't cough. "The fox and the yoke," she said, and he smiled with his eyes shut. When he slept, she stood and slid her shawl on and slipped out into the lane with a candle cupped in both hands. She did not want to, which meant she had to. The rule had been made, do nothing alone, but rules do not always penetrate the part of a person that knows where it is needed and when. She went to the church, found the vine cloth, the black key, the tight stair. Below, the vestry smelled of cool stone and old water. She set the candle on the bracket where Dorian had set the lamp and looked at the linen hung like a patient over the cradle. Her heart beat calmly because it knew it could do nothing else. She lifted the edge, only a hand's breadth. Enough to see the corner of the pane, hairline grain like water frozen at speed. The candle guttered and drew itself up again, a stubborn child. Nothing moved. The pane did what panes do. It held and offered. Along the top edge, a soft, dull glow pooled like moonlight thought better of entering. In that glow, only in the edge, as Dorian had taught her to look, she saw a hallway papered in peonies, the pattern worn at hip height where people brush the world when they move through it. She saw the shadow of a small figure, not Nora. Her body told her with a certainty that felt like a hand over her eyes, standing halfway down, hesitant the way children are when they must walk past a room with a door ajar. The figure lifted a hand. 3 knocks, faint and even, as if asking permission to be properly frightened. "Not mine to answer," Marian whispered, and lower the linen a finger's width. A breath, just behind her left ear. Warm, human. She turned, candle angled low, expecting Dorian and a lecture he'd let her make first. No one. Only the wall with its lichen that made a face if you wanted it. She lowered the cloth and hooked the chain. On the stair her knees remembered dislike, and made a case of it. At the door a hand reached and caught the edge before she could. She did not startle because the hand was familiar. Long, thin, a little ink-stained on the side of the finger from a lifetime of writing what he had no business knowing. "Father," she said, more relief in the word than she'd meant to spend. He took in the candle, the set of her mouth, the way she had left the key in the lock because some part of her had decided to be caught. "If you were going to lecture yourself," he murmured, "save me the energy." "I looked only at the edge," she said, "and I said nothing out loud." "Sometimes you're loudest when you're quiet," he said, not unkindly, and they climbed together into the nave, 2 children who dared the cellar and found it still there. On the steps, the air had thinned. The square slept with one eye open. A man coughed, a dog corrected its position, a sheet luffed once. Dorian tilted his head, like a man listening for rain on a roof. "They're close," he said. Marian followed his gaze. The twins stood at the far end of the square, beyond the reach of the lamplight, exactly where a person becomes an arrangement of suggestions. They did not move, but the air around them felt tuned, like a harp just before a hand finds the strings. "You went where you shouldn't," they said, and the words arrived without crossing the space between them, the way a scent arrives from a kitchen you cannot see. "I went where you would have shown me badly," Marian said, and Dorian's breath made a very small sound that could have been a laugh if the night had been a different night. The girl's head tilted. "You see the rooms," she said, not a question. "I see the edges," Marian said, "and I'm learning to be proud of that." The boy's mouth did its small, neat smile. "You have a seam in your mirror," he said conversationally, like a child pointing out that a neighbor's roof is a bit off. "I tied it," Marian said, "and then I tied it again. And then I told it to stay." "Seems like to meet themselves," the girl said a little sadly, as if talking about a toy that always rolls under the bed. "If you don't want them to, you have to give them something else to do." "Like what?" Dorian asked, and there was no mockery in it, because a man who will sing to a room believes a seam can be distracted. The twins thought. It was earnest, not playful. "Names," they said at last. "Things with names sit in rooms and hold the corners down." The girl lifted her free hand and drew a box in the air with her finger. "If you name the corners properly, the middle stops wanting to be a door." "What are the names?" Marian asked, and the hunger in her voice surprised her. Perhaps the room below had found a way to her through the back of her throat. The twins' faces lit with a plain happiness that had nothing of malice in it. The names of the people who look in the mirror, they said. All of them. The mirror wants to be remembered. If it already is, it has less hunger for being seen. A ledger, Dorian said, and there was the old joy in his voice. The joy of a man who believes a book can matter the way a bell does. A record. And corners named, Marian said, thinking of the walnut leaves and the towel and the string. We'll write Mother in one, Endo in the other, and me and Marian when I was 6, and Marian when I am not thinking I am brave, and Marian who will never knock. The twins' eyes shone with appreciation for a clever child's answer. You learn fast, the boy said. That's what people are for, the girl added. They stood in their distance and watched Marian and Dorian for a time that made no sense to clocks. Then, with the same decisionless grace they always showed, they turned and walked toward the lane that led out to the orchard. Once, at the bend, they did what no mirror ever does. They looked back. It was not a checking to see if they were followed. It was a courtesy, a recognition that the village had become a room they liked, and they would be opening and closing its doors for a while. When they had gone, Dorian let breath leave him in a way that said he had been holding a bell by the clapper. We'll write, he said. We'll name every corner we can. We'll sit with Mr. Crane and say Nora's name to wood, not glass, and put his hands on the door and teach him his daughter's warmth is still a thing he can feel. We'll teach the children to play shut the door like it's the only game, Marian said, and felt a smile break on her mouth like a wave that had been thinking about it all day. She went home with the candle cupped in both hands, lit all the way, because some nights you need the small courage of watching fire behave. She woke her father gently and told him she would be writing on the mirror's frame for a while and not to be alarmed at shy knocking. He nodded, half asleep, the way the old nod when the young explain a new way to keep the house from falling in. She brought the walnut mirror down to the table and, without uncovering it, without looking into it, she dipped her nib and wrote on the towel in patient, inky letters, Mother in one corner, D.A. in another. Marian and Marian AG6 and Marian not brave and Marian WHO does not knock in neat squares around. She wrote bread and flour and kettle and spoon and home because names make furniture sit down. When the ink dried, she traced each word with her fingertip, pressing heat into cloth, into thought. The seam beneath cooled a fraction, like a child's forehead after a story. Outside the window, the village turned from one side to the other in its sleep. A dog's chain clinked. The muslin at Mr. Pell's exhaled. Far off, at the orchard lane, 2 small figures paused and then passed out of the reach of even the most patient eyes. Marian set her pen down and rested her forearms on the table and listened. When the knock came, soft, courteous, like a neighbor testing whether you have tea, it met a new kind of door, one with corners that knew their names. Stay, she said, to the house and to the child beyond the glass and to herself. And the knock, for that hour, obeyed. Chapter 5. Names for the corners. Morning came on little padded feet, careful not to jostle the house. The towel over the walnut mirror wore its new alphabet like embroidery. The ink had dried to a soft brown. The words, Mother, D.A., Marian, bread, home, looked like stitches a grandmother might have made, patient and permanent. Marian pressed her palm to home and felt the seam beneath cool another degree, like fever deciding to break. Her father woke to the sound of quiet, which is sometimes the loudest sound a house can make. You writing spells on the linens? He croaked, pleased with his own joke before the cough came to claim its tax. Spells of a sort, Marian said, helping him sit, tucking the blanket into the angles age and illness make. Names. The twins say names hold corners down. The twins say. He side-eyed her with an old man's frankness. And now the priest says. And the baker says. Soon the geese will honk it, and then I'll have to believe it. The geese already believe everything that matters, Marian said, and coaxed a spoonful of broth past his mutter. By the time she opened the bakery, the square had grown a new nervous energy, purpose thinly iced over fear. White muslin glowed in windows like fog captured and made obedient. People moved with their chins tucked in, not because of cold, but the way you tuck a chin when you refuse to glance at things with surfaces. At Mr. Pell's, the sheet over the great pane breathed in and out as if someone inside were learning how. Father Dorian arrived with his ledger and a stack of scrap cloth. Old surplices gone to seed, altar cloths too thready to be seen in public, a curtain that had hung behind a crucifix so long it smelled like beeswax and dust and the solemnity of secrets. He thumped them down on Marion's counter like a mason laying bricks. "We're making everyone a frame," he said. "Not glass, cloth. 4 corners. Names in each. A place for hands to go. That isn't the wrong place." "You've invented a sacrament," Marion said, and meant it kindly. "We do that when the old ones don't quite reach," he said, and beneath the briskness ran exhaustion and a thin current of joy, the kind men feel when their hands are useful in a precise way. Marion cut the cloth into squares the size of dinner plates and smaller ones the size of a palm. For each, she hemmed fast with an ugly running stitch purely to keep the edges from fraying, a sin against neatness she forgave herself because the village had other sins to manage. She set out the ink and a jar of charcoal and a nub of chalk because not everyone liked ink and not every house had it. People came as to a fair. They wrote names as if signing themselves into a book that had always existed and was finally being opened. Rose, Matthias, Baby W.E. Lost, Crane, Nora. Mr. Crane's hand trembled so hard the O in his daughter's name looked like a tear dropped and dried. Eliza, Mrs. Pater's neighbor wrote it with lips pressed tight, refusing to weep where it would be witnessed. Dog and sheep appeared among the human names, and no one laughed. A dog's heat will hold a corner just as well as a saint's. "Where do we put them?" Mrs. Hartley asked, practical as ever, looming over the table with a fist on each hip as if interrogating a pie. "Over what looks back," Dorian said, "and over what might be tempted to. Bowls, buckets, the shine of a kettle, the bread tin lid. Pin a square to your door and knock your own name when you come home." "Suppose a body's got no mirror?" Mr. Heaps said, which was both a boast and a confession. "Then write your name for the day on the nearest square of wall," Dorian said. "Let the wall keep it a while." The twins stood at the edge of the bakery, small and attentive, as children are at the edge of a magic trick. They did not touch anything. They watched hands move and eyes read and mouths form the shape of names. When a woman wrote mother with such force the nib bit through the cloth, the girl twin smiled, almost tenderly. "Be careful," Mr. Flint muttered when he passed them, carrying a crate as if it could derail the world. "You don't get to like this too much." "We like what people make," the boy said, polite as a well-brought-up plague. By noon, every window wore a square. Every bowl had something over its face. The rope around the well had been doubled and wrapped with strips of cloth inked with well, water, bucket, rope, names for the corners of a thing with no corners. Marion lined her own counter with labels. Bread, knife, she turned the blade, salt, scoop, flour. She pinned a palm-sized square above the oven mouth and wrote fire, stay kind, and the small blasphemy felt right. Mr. Crane returned to the square at intervals, as if a tether yanked him. He stood before the church door with his palms flat to the wood and his eyes closed, playing shut the door alone because men have to practice hope privately. Marion saw his mouth move. She wished, with a fierceness that hurt, that she could put her ear to the same wood and hear what he felt. "Will the names hold?" she asked Dorian when there was a slow minute, and her fingers had finally stopped reaching for the mirror towel by habit. "They'll give folks something to do instead of looking," he said. "And there is a power in not obeying a hunger." He hesitated. "But we must also know what we're starving." "You mean how it began?" Marion's mouth went dry. "Some truths are desert." "There's a person who is a piece of that," Dorian said. "She is the age of Greybriar, without the stamina. She remembers a summer when the well spit up a thing that wasn't sky." "Old Maud," Marion said, and half smiled. "The village keeps its oracles in cottages that smell like liniment and boiled carrots." "Come," Dorian said. They found Maud in her chair by the window, which was covered, aping daylight with muslin. Her hands lay in her lap like folded birds, a rosary twined through her fingers, not prayed over, but kept close out of habit's kindness. She was a small woman, which is how women get when the world has pressed them a long time and nothing has made them crack. They become compact instead, concentrated. "You've brought the baker," she said to Dorian, before he'd said anything, which was the way of those who have outlived surprise. "Maud," Dorian said, with the particular gentleness men keep for women who diapered them and told them when to stop running indoors. "We need your story. Everyone does when it's your last one," she said wryly, and then, unprompted, began. "It was the summer of the rain," she said. "The well had a mood. It took more than it gave. We were worried in the wrong direction. We asked Dorian to bless it every morning. One afternoon it burped. That is the word. Up came a pane, not glass like the glazier knows, but something that had been under cold water a long time. Smooth as a sinful thought. Her eyes went somewhere no longer here, and her mouth softened in the way mouths do when telling stories they half believe are still happening. A trader came through the week after, she said. He had mirrors in his wagon, bits of them. He said a storm had smashed his stock all up, and he'd sell cheap to any woman who wanted to see herself honest. We are a people who like a bargain. We bought slivers the size of a hand, some with gilt frames, some without, all with the shine scuffed into a kind of tenderness. She flicked a look at Marion. We hung our little mirrors like gods, and we polished them the way you polish truth when you wanted to speak well of you. And then, Dorian said, voice soft as a finger turning a page slowly. Then we started to hear the dead when we brushed our hair. Maud said simply, not everybody, and never the living, mind. Only those with a certain sort of listening. It was comforting as it was wicked. People came to the well with donations, as if paying a tithe would make it a saint. When a child started waking up to stand at the window with her palms up, someone scolded her. Someone else wrote down the rhyme, and the priest then, well, he took the pain below the church and called it a blessing because we didn't have a better word for a thing that wanted what we wanted. What did we want? Marion asked, unable not to hear, Maud said. To be heard, to have the room answer back when we sang. Her eyes, still sharp with old blue, came to rest on Marion's face. You can sew names to corners until your hand cramps. The cloth will hold if you don't also redress the hunger you made. We didn't make it, Dorian said reflexively, then sighed. We fed it. Which is kin to making, Maud said. You ask me what to do. I'd say, tell the story out loud. Say we made a mouth and like talking into it. Say we're stopping. Name it and then starve it. A thing that big doesn't die easy, but if you make it sound the wrong temperature, it will creep back down to where it came from and sleep for a century. The wrong temperature, Marion said, remembering the twins' phrase. Sing the songs that don't suit it, Maud said.
Talk to doors.
Teach your hands where to go that isn't the glass. She closed one hand around the rosary, not in prayer, but as if it were a stone that kept her from floating off. And if you must look into someone's eyes. They throw back, lest you can't get out of. They thanked her, which is what you do when someone lends you a little of their earned sight, and Marion pressed a heel of bread into her palm that Maud pretended not to want until her teeth remembered how. On the square, the day had warmed a notch. The twins sat on the edge of the trough like saints in a picture, swinging their feet because children have to swing something or they will come unthreaded. When Marion and Dorian passed, the boy lifted his shard and held it up to the light, not to tempt but to admire. Names are working, he said happily. Corners feel heavy. Rooms don't like heavy, the girl added. They sulk. Good, Dorian said. Let them. They went to Mr. Crane, who had stationed himself on the church step like a gargoyle with a heartbeat. Dorian didn't speak. He simply sat beside the big man, shoulder touching shoulder, a quiet that said, you will not hold this hour alone. Marion stood behind them and put her palm flat to the wood. It was warm where Mr. Crane's hands had been. She could She could feel the shape of a child's palm pressed on the other side of another door in another room, the heat muzzled by wood. The way sound is different when you sing into someone's coat. She's warm, Marion said aloud. and the word changed Mr. Crane's face without making it easier. Names, he said after a long minute. Tell me which ones to write. Nora, Marion said, and wrote it for him above the hinge. Crane, above the latch. Home, above the knocker. Then, because Maud's words needed trying, she wrote door in a careful hand on the bottom edge, like a label. So, we never forget which way to speak. The twins appeared in the corner of Marion's eye, as if they had been following along the seam of the afternoon. There's another place, they said mildly, where the corners are not named yet. Of course there is, Dorian said, almost smiling, because despair is a vanity Greybriar did not have time for. Show us. They led the way down the narrow lane behind the haberdashers where the rain barrel sat, staved oak and iron hoops, the water inside as dark as spilled tea despite the noon. Even with the games and the rules and the cloths, someone had forgotten the simplest reflective mouth in the village. A little boy knelt on the barrel's side, peering in the way boys do when they want to see a tadpole or a star or their future. His hand rose, then lowered, hesitating above the black. The surface trembled, not with his breath. With an answering, "Sweetheart," Marion said carefully, keeping her voice light and not using his name, as if names were sugar and glass both. "Come play a game for me." He looked up, caught out, grinned, because children grin when authority remembers to be kind. "Which game?" "Shut the door," Dorian said smoothly. "The best one." "I don't want to," he said, which is the right of small kings. "I will race you," the boy twin said, and that settled it. They ran to the bakery door and back, slapping their palms, breath high and happy, small lungs making clouds of warmth on wood. The barrel water's surface eased, shrugging like a thing crossed in love, then calmed. Marion wrote barrel on a square and pinned it to the rim with twine and a bread peg, and the ridiculousness of making a garment for a barrel made 3 men laugh and 2 women smile. "Now," the girl twins said, pleased. "The corners know their names." People watched the twins when they thought they weren't watching. The twins seemed to like being looked at the way a musician likes being tuned to the satisfaction of resonance rather than vanity. They never reached for anyone. They never took. They opened. They closed. They taught with the patience of things that do not exhaust. As afternoon turned, Mr. Pell emerged from his shop with grim ceremony and invited Dorian and Marion in. "It's worse," he said bluntly. "And I have written so many names on cloth I could label the devil's fingernails." In the back room, between 2 draped panes, the damp handprint had multiplied, not smeared, not slopped, multiplied, as if a small crowd stood behind the muslin pressing gently to be counted. The linen sagged under their soft insistence. "Don't," Marion said to her own hand, which had lifted without permission. She wove her fingers into the towel she carried and held them there until the ache taught her what not to do. "Can you?" Mr. Pell swallowed. "Close it? The way you closed the shard last night." The twins exchanged a look, their only visible language. "Maybe," they said, "but it likes the way it sounds here. It will open again."
"Close it anyway," Dorian said.
"We have to wear it out." They set their crescents on the sill, not touching, and spoke softly. Marion didn't hear words. She heard intention, which is the truer language. The muslin shivered. The damp shapes paled. The cloth dried in an instant the way a face dries when a person decides not to cry. Mr. Pell's shoulders dropped. He rubbed at his eyes with the heel of his hand and didn't apologize. "Thank you," he said to the twins with no irony at all. "You're welcome," they said, delighted by being thanked like children who had returned a lost button. Toward evening, the bell rang once, not at the appointed time, not by rope. It made the sound it makes when a storm thinks about speaking, and the bell decides to clear its throat first. Every head lifted. The twins' faces went still, which is how you know a silence has changed. "Below the vestry," Marion said. "Below the vestry," Dorian agreed. They went with more people than they should have. Mr. Crane because his feet would not stay still, Mrs. Hartley because practicality deserves to witness mystery, Mr. Pell because he had spent a day saying no to his hands. Old Maud arrived last, breath thin but purpose sharp. "If you tell a story, let me hear the ending. She said to no one in particular, and the room made a space for her. At the door with the vine cloth, Dorian turned. "No one touches," he said, and the way he said it made even the reckless stand straighter. "No one speaks a name that isn't written on their own cloth. If you feel your mouth make a shape for a knock, bite your tongue." They went down. The lamp flame seemed smaller in Morbody's breath. The linen over the cradle billowed, but not with air, with a pulse, slow and tidal. Dorian looked at Marion, and Marion looked at Dorian, and they lifted the edge together, the way two people lift a coffin lid because one person should not have to. The pane lay there like a quiet lake at night. Along its edges, rooms gathered, the way gulls gather when a boat comes in. Marion kept her eyes on the top left corner, corners, and named what she could see. "A hallway with peonies," she whispered. "A kitchen with a damp patch. A chair with wear in the arms." She would not say Nora, and she would not say Eliza, because names are levers, and you must mind what you push. The twins stood side by side, hand in hand, like two half-remembered notes in a song. They didn't smile. They didn't glow. They simply watched the way locksmiths watch a door they know how to love. "It's listening," the boy said. "It wants to be named," the girl said. "Then we name it," Dorian said, and stepped forward like a man into water. He didn't say blessing. He didn't say curse. He didn't say mirror, because that's a word for things that give you back what you already are. He said, very clearly, in the voice he used to tell the village how to bury their dead and bake their bread and raise their children, "Door." The room altered. It felt as if the stone had sighed. The pane's dull light cooled a fraction, as if a fevered child had turned its head on the pillow to a cooler side. Marion heard, at the edge of hearing, two soft sounds in quick succession, like two hands letting go of two other hands in another place. "Again," Maud said crisply, and for an instant she sounded 40. "Door," Dorian said. "Door," the villagers echoed, unashamed to be led. "Door," Marion said. And then, because she had learned that specificity is what starves hungers, "Not for us." The pane darkened at the corners. The rooms receded a thumb's width, like guests who have been told the hour is late and take the hint without offense. For the first time since she had stood over the well and seen a hallway that did not belong to any house she knew, Marion felt the world take a half step back from the brink. The linen fell. Dorian hooked the chain with hands that shook and managed not to show it. Mr. Crane made a sound, a low thing made by large animals and men who have decided not to scream. Maud put a hand on the cradle as if blessing a child she did not trust. "Now," Dorian said in the stair's low light, voice rasped raw and new. "We keep on. We name corners. We play shut the door. We sing songs the room doesn't like. We feed each other and turn blades and keep cloth between us, and anything that thinks it can remember us better than we do. They'll come again," Mr. Pell said, needing someone to say it so he wouldn't accuse himself of hope later when he shouldn't. "They will," Dorian said, "and we will be here already when they do," saying door first. At the top, the square looked almost homely, lamps dim behind cloth, a dog yawning so wide you could see the pink grain of its tongue, a child scolded gently for running, a man and a woman carrying a ladder between them like a promise. The twins stood at the base of the church steps, watching the door with the interest of scholars who have just watched a colleague coin a useful phrase. "Names are heavy," the girl observed. "Good ones," the boy added. Dorian nodded to them with respect, and something like warning. "We will not play your games," he said, "but we will use your tricks when they are true." The twins' faces brightened as if rewarded in a classroom. "That's all a teacher wants," they said. They did not move to leave. They looked up at the tower where the bells slept. Then, with the formality of children asking a blessing before running downhill, they said, "There will be a time you must knock." Dorian's mouth became a straight line. "Not today." "No," the twins agreed. "Not today." They turned and walked the length of the square, hand in hand, feet in step. At the far end, where the corner makes a decision for you if you're not quick, they glanced back once. So brief, it could have been a trick of lamplight. Marian had the sudden, disorienting thought that she and Dorian and Mr. Crane and Mr. Pell and Mrs. Hartley and Old Maud and even the dog were all standing inside a frame drawn by their own names, and that for the moment the room held. Back in the bakery, Marian retied the towel around the walnut mirror with the calm exactness of a woman sealing a letter she knows she will have to open later. She inked door, not for US along the bottom hem, hand steady now. She added stay in the center, small and plain. Her father dozed. The house breathed. Somewhere in the night, someone laughed and then covered their mouth, remembering. Somewhere a muslin sheet sighed, and another answered. Somewhere a man at a church door felt heat in his palms and decided to believe that warmth need not always mean fire. When the knock came, it was not at the mirror. It came at the wood, 3 soft taps, well-mannered and precise, from the far side of the bakery door where no person stood. Marian put her palm to the name she had written there. The wood was warm, and her hand came away with the print of it on her skin, the way heat leaves signatures. She did not open. She did not knock back. She said, gently and aloud to the emptiness that was practicing to be full, "Door, not for us." The taps stilled. The seam beneath the towel cooled another fraction. In her father's room, his breathing made a small, surprised turn toward ease, as if a knot had been loosened by a hand he could not name. Marian sat down at the table and sharpened her pencil. She opened a clean page and made a list with a baker's neatness. Names to write: Mr. Heap's kettle, Mrs. Hartley's washboard, the schoolroom slate. Rooms that sulk: Mr. Pell's back, the trough, the rain barrel. Songs it hates, to be discovered. Corners to hold: church. Well, door, mirror, the place in the lane where fog likes to begin. She set her palm on the paper. She pictured Nora Crane's small hand on the other side of a different door, and Eliza Pater's patience pressed to muslin, and every woman who ever wanted to hear one more time a voice she had already lost. Stay, she said to all of it, and meant us. Outside, the bells slept. The twins, wherever they slept, did not dream like other children. Under the vestry, the pane's edges held their dim. The village, stitched at its corners with names, settled into the kind of night that is not peace, but the rehearsal for it. Greybriar would not be asked to knock today. Another day would ask. Chapter 6, Songs It Hates. By dawn, the names on the village had set like icing. You could feel them under your hand. Home above a latch, while along the rope, bread near a pantry door, as if language were a weight the world had been hungry for and finally got to swallow. Even the geese wore twine bands around their troughs with water scrawled in childish letters. Father Dorian said the morning prayers in a voice that didn't try to be beautiful, only sturdy, and the bell gave a single approving pitch that made people stand taller without thinking. Marian woke to a tap. Not at the mirror, at the wood again. 3 polite knocks from the far side of the bakery door, where no person stood. She reached, found the writing she'd put there, pressed her palm to door. Not for US, and said it aloud like a woman stirring a pot that would scorch if left. The warmth under her palms sank by a degree, like a clever child abandoning a game that had stopped being fun. Good, she murmured, then jolted, because her father's door stood open a thumb's width. He hadn't left it like that. He was already sitting up, blanket around his shoulders, eyes clear in that way ill men get on mornings when their bodies decide not to argue for an hour. Fog's gone, he said, as if that could be true because he needed it. What's on for us today, girl? She wanted to say, peace. A long nap. A world where daughters do not stand guard against the sound of their own names. Instead, she said, buns.
Cloth.
And we're going to find out what songs the rooms can't stand. He blinked, delighted to spite himself. Going to pick a fight with a window using a hymn? Using a kitchen, she said, and a bell that won't keep time. She fed him something he pretended not to like, and liked anyway, then tied the towel around the walnut mirror tighter, and made another little square that said stay just to have something honest to put her hands to. When she opened the shop, Father Dorian was already in the square with a coil of thin iron rods over his shoulder and the ledger under his arm, looking like a man who meant to argue a case with a storm. We're making noise? Mr. Flint called, cheerful as a man who believes in hammers. "Say where to bang." "Not noise," Dorian said. "Temperature." He pointed at Marion's list, which she had copied out neat for the village notice post. Names to write. Rooms that sulk. Songs it hates. He tapped the last. "Everything that listens has a pitch it prefers," he said. "We'll find the one these rooms don't. We will not sing into glass. We will sing into wood. We will sing so the room hears without being fed." Mrs. Hartley tightened a muslin knot with a little snort. "A priest who tells me to sing ugly," she said. "I've waited years." They started with what they had. Mr. Heaps dragged a bucket, banged it with a spoon, then winced at the way the spoon's back gleamed and put a rag around it. The school children clapped out rhythms the way they did when they jumped rope, chanting nonsense in a key no one would call holy. Mr. Pell brought a box of panes, old, secondhand, warped, and stood them in the square like a chorus of tilted faces, each draped in muslin so the day could find its way through without catching a reflection. The twins stood at the edge, hand in hand as always, watching with a bright, clinical interest. When Mr. Crane arrived, he did not ask what the plan was. He stood at the church door with his palms pressed flat and closed his eyes like a man holding a bridge steady with his ribs. Marion took a stool and a tin lid and a length of twine and made herself the keeper of bad time. "Begin," Dorian said simply that and raised the handbell. He did not ring it true. He rocked it in a way that made two notes step on each other's toes. Marion scraped the tin lid with the twine, a dry, sawtooth rasp that put splinters in the ear. Mr. Heaps's bucket thudded flat. The children clapped a pattern that fought itself. Mrs. Hartley sang a lullaby on purpose in the wrong key, a lullaby as sung by a woman who had never raised a child and would die before she admitted she wanted to. The square filled with a sound like working. Not lovely, not even intentionally ugly, simply busy. Several heads lifted in surprise. One or two people laughed, that brittle laugh you hear when a joke is only furniture to lean against. Marion kept her eye on the muslin over Mr. Pell's front. For a long minute, nothing. Then the cloth breathed in faint, and tried to answer. The children faltered. The cloth swelled toward them. "Don't adjust," Dorian called mildly, as if to geese getting ideas. "Stay wrong."
They did.
The bucket stayed stubbornly dull. The twine rasped. The bell refused to pick a side. The muslin hesitated, like a swimmer tasting water that had greased itself wrong. It exhaled without interest and settled. "Again," Dorian said. They sustained the racket until it became not a task but a habit, men trading off the bucket, women swapping the wrong-key lullaby for a work song that insisted on a stumble. Mr. Pell, eyes on his pane, nodded once, fierce. The damp oval that had persisted all morning on the cloth thinned to nothing, like breath on a winter window when the body behind it gives up and goes to find a warmer room. "Good," Dorian said. He did not smile. You mustn't smile at a thing that might take praise as invitation. But the set of his jaw eased. Again at noon, and again at dusk. "You're going to have us singing like drunkards all day," Mr. Flint said, and then looked over his shoulder out of reflex to the bar mirror that wasn't there. "Better than grieving." The twins drifted nearer. The girl's gaze had gone a shade darker. The boy's mouth had the softness of a child who is enduring a new rule. "It doesn't like this," the girl said, almost pouting. "Rooms want to be sung to on their own pitch," the boy said, intrigued, as if learning you could pet a cat the wrong way on purpose. "Then we'll shed our niceness," Marion said, voice steady. "We'll sing like men in a field with a storm coming and a cart stuck at the bottom of a slope." They tried the well next, not with sound. The rope around it stayed the same respectful distance, but with clapped pulses, bodies as instruments. Dorian set a beat, the wrong one, and they walked it around the well without looking down, clapping on the off. The rope hummed as if remembering a different task, and then remembered the new one, tightened contentedly, and stilled. When the bell rang noon, true, this time they stopped. The village inhaled with it, grateful. Several people who had been white around the mouth all morning began to color up. You can only fight a key for so long before you have to laugh or sleep. Mr. Crane stepped away from the church door and flexed his fingers as if someone had been holding them. He looked at Marion and, for once, did not ask a thing. At the bakery, Marion flipped buns onto racks and wrote lunch on a cloth square as if naming a corner of the day. Dorian came in with his ledger splotched with ink and sweat and set it on the counter open to a page where he had drawn a rough square and written in 3 corners, names, wrong songs, and knock. "What's the 4th?" he asked, not quite to her. "Iron," Marion said, surprising herself. "It hates iron." He rolled the word on his tongue like a pill that might help. "You're sure?" "I can feel it." She touched the rods he'd brought, the way you touch tools when you're trying to remember the shape of your hand. It doesn't mind a brass bell, but the rods, when you carry them, the air near the muslin changes. He looked down at his ledger and wrote iron in the empty corner as if completing a spell. "Then we carry rods," he said simply. "And we set one along the church threshold, and we lay 2 across Mr. Pell's sill." "Like a latch made of a thing that doesn't sing right," she said, and the idea pleased her in a way that felt clean. They had the rods set before, too. The twins watched with alert interest, noses nearly touching the metal, without quite coming close. When Dorian slid the last rod into place along the sill beneath Mr. Pell's muslin, the cloth rippled, as if a small animal had been considering a leap and changed its mind. Mr. Pell pressed his lips together and nodded once, making the nod do the work of a prayer. The day held. It did not brighten, it had forgotten how, but it held, which is the more muscular mercy. People worked wrong in ways that made them right. Children played shut the door until the game became a lull. Palms against wood, laughter at the thrum of a friend's heat through a hinge. The twins drifted, opened 2 small doors where a man's grief had demanded, closed 3 more that had begun to think themselves clever. They kept their curved shards with them. They did not let them touch. Around 4, Mrs. Hartley burst into the square with her sleeves rolled to shocking and triumph on her mouth. "Listen," she said. "I found a song." "What sort?" Dorian asked, bracing for a hymn he'd have to unlearn. Mrs. Hartley grinned. "The one my sister sings to her colicky goats." She placed her fists at her hips and bleated a string of sounds like a kettle refusing to be scrubbed, half gargle, half lullaby, with a stamp on the 5th beat. Every pane under muslin in Mr. Pell's shop shivered without being touched, and then went still like offended cats. The twins both winced, delicately, as if a tiny splinter had introduced itself. "It hates goats," Marion whispered, delighted and a little sick. "Everything hates goats," Mr. Flint said reverently. "Sing it again." They built an arsenal. Mrs. Hartley's goat lullaby, Mr. Heaps's bucket thud, the children's wrong clapping, the iron rods across thresholds. Marion added a bread peel dragged across rough stone and discovered it produced a low growl that made the muslin sheets quiet at once. They called that one oven voice and used it sparingly. It made the older women cross-eyed and the dogs whine, as if remembering a scolding. "Keep notes," Dorian said, handing Marion the ledger when his hands went numb from writing. She wrote, delighted to have orders she could follow without lying to herself. Goat song, good for muslin. Bucket, good for trough. Oven voice, do not overuse. Bell off pitch, use for corralling. Iron thresholds, sills, pockets. Pockets, he asked, eyebrows up. She slid one rod through the waistband of her skirt. "If I put it here, nothing in the glass bothers me," she said, and it was true. Standing near Mr. Pell's sheeted window with iron at her hip made the damp ovals flatten, as if the room on the other side had lost interest in her. "Bride of iron," Mrs. Hartley said, impressed, and clapped Marion on the shoulder. They made it to dusk with only 3 scares. A child at the pump took the handle wrong and watched the water peel into shapes the way honey does. Dorian barked door. Not for us, and it fell back obediently. The seam under Marion's walnut mirror warmed and then cooled, names doing their heavy work while her father slept with his mouth open, finally stealing an hour that looked like rest. And Mr. Crane felt a warmth through the church door that made him lean and nearly call. Marion leaned, too, pressed her ear against the name Nora penciled above the hinge, and heard, not words, but the shape of breath, and said, very quietly, stay into the wood. The warmth did not leave. It settled. Mr. Crane put both hands over his face and took in air like a man coming up from under, and did not make the sound that would undo the hour. They might have called the day a victory if the village had been the kind of place that believed in final things. But the room had been listening, and rooms are old and stubborn and understand how to bide. The first change was small. Ink faded at the corners of 3 cloths. Not everywhere, only at the precise place a person's thumb tends to worry when they adjust a hanging. Home on Mrs. Heaps's basing cloth thinned to H-O, then H, then nothing. She rewrote it with a firm underline, jaw set. 10 minutes later, it thinned again, as if the cloth had learned erasure. She tied a second cloth over the first. The second held. They learned. Double cloth at places where hands fidget. The second change was cruel. Mr. Pell's apprentice, little Tom with a cowlick that refused to obey water, comb, or scold, carried a sheet of old glass from the back to the front with his usual care and mischief. He'd put charcoal on his top teeth and smiled at ladies through the cloth. He told the twins they had the faces of saints and devils and gotten away with it, because children are allowed to name what frightens them. Halfway across the floor, the pane showed him himself and then did not. His reflection left. The glass went dull as stone at exactly the place his face should have been. Tom yelped. The pane didn't drop. Mr. Pell snatched it just in time. The boy's hand went to his mouth as if his teeth had been taken. "It didn't give me back," he whispered, and the shop made that noise rooms make when something small goes wrong that could teach big wrongs how. Marian laid her ironed hip against the sill and took Tom's face between both her hands. He was there, warm and foolish and terrified, a boy who had seen himself absent and did not know what to do with the room where his face should be. "Look at me," she said, and smiled in the terrible way women smile when they are instructing the world to behave. "You can see you if you use other eyes." He nodded because people nod when Marian tells them to. The pane remained stubbornly dull at his height, but the cloth over it slackened a notch when Mrs. Hartley stood behind the boy and sang the goat lullaby right in its ear. Tom's reflection stuttered back a fraction in a patch the size of a coin, then went away again as if the room had been shamed and decided to sulk. They learned. The glass can decide to starve a person of themselves, and you have to feed them with other eyes. The third change came at dark. The twins arrived at the church steps without the curved shards. They came empty-handed for the first time since Marian had known them, and the sight did something dreadful to her stomach. It was only then that she realized how much she had counted on the fact of their holding something breakable and choosing not to let it break. "Where are your pieces?" she asked, and heard her voice trying to pass as casual. The girl touched the inside of her empty palm and made a small, almost private frown. "Someone knocked where we were not," she said. "We had to take our hands away," the boy said, "so we could listen properly." "Who knocked?" Dorian asked. He had picked up one of the iron rods without looking like he had, the way a man picks up a walking stick an hour before his knee admits it's needed. The twins looked toward the orchard lane, where fog liked to begin when it decided to practice. "A wagon," they said, "with a cracked mirror on the back that is not ours." The square went as quiet as linen. Old Maud, who had been sitting on the bench near the well like a small queen, tightened her lips around a satisfaction that was not joy. "The traitor," she said, "or his cousin or his ghost, or someone who found his route and thought to try his luck." Dorian's eyes closed once, as if receiving a slap he deserved. "Of course. We'll turn him round," Mr. Flint said stoutly, as if speaking about a drunk who had wandered into the lady's space. "Tell him bad roads, worse customers." The twins watched him, without smiling. "He isn't selling," the girl said. "He's collecting," the boy said. "For what?" Marian asked. "For the rooms," they said simply. The sky above the orchard had gone the color of old pewter. The first skirl of fog had found the lane and laid itself along the ditch, like a cat staking a spot. Dorian set his jaw. "We go before dark becomes habit." "Go where?" Mrs. Hartley demanded. "To the bend before the first hawthorn," Dorian said, naming it as if names could make roads safer. "And we meet whoever comes with a church door he can't knock on." Marian found herself moving before he'd finished the sentence. Apron off, shawl on, iron rod at her hip, cloth squares tucked into her basket with welcome written on one in a neat, daring hand because she could not help herself. Mr. Crane stepped out of his place at the church with a look that would have made a younger man's legs shake. He carried nothing but his empty hands, which made him more dangerous than a cudgel. "Stay with Da," Marian told Mrs. Hartley, and Mrs. Hartley rolled her eyes and then nodded, the way women accept tasks from other women when neither wants to admit fear out loud. They took the lane as the light thinned. Beneath their feet, gravel made the dry, articulate sound of a thing telling you exactly how it breaks. The hawthorn at the bend held on to the day with its thorns, unwilling to be the first to surrender. The twins walked ahead, small and exact, not leading so much as being where they would have been anyway. The wagon came into view with the modesty of a patient predator. No creak of wheel, no jingle. It sat just around the curve, the kind of vehicle that looks old even when it isn't because it was made by hands that learned their craft from an ancestor. The horse was a good bay, kind-eyed and steady. The man on the bench held the reins the way a tailor holds a tape. He had the look Marian had expected without knowing she had expected anything, a face people would mistake in a crowd because it had the story you want written on it. Hair no color, eyes you'd call gray because the true word would be elsewhere. He wore a coat that had seen weather and did not fear it. At his back, lashed to a frame, leaned a big mirror whose glass showed nothing at all. No hedge, no hawthorn, no sky. The frame was handsome. Someone had loved the carvings. The glass was a closed mouth. "Good evening," he said, with pitch-perfect courtesy. His voice had no accent, and every accent. "Turn round," Dorian said in the tone he used to ask couples if they truly meant it. "No trade here. No trade anywhere for a man who gives things away," the man said mildly. "That's what they say about me." He smiled unhurried. "Funny, they say the same about the priest." Marian felt rather than saw Mr. Crane step half in front of her. It was like watching a door remember its job. The twins stayed precisely where they were. Their faces had gone blank in a way Marian had only seen when they were listening to rooms. They were listening now to the wagon. "We have what you're bringing," Dorian said, and Marian could hear the truth in it, which made it worse. "We have it already, and we don't want more." "Everyone wants more," the man said. He patted the horse's neck. It flicked an ear. Good animal, unconcerned with theology. "I had mirrors taken from me once by men who called them dangerous. Funny, men born to glass saying glass should be covered. They threw them in a well." His eyes rested on Dorian's face just long enough for a naming. The well threw them back. It didn't like their manners. Dorian said gently, as if correcting a child who'd misnamed a saint. The man's mouth softened. "Door," he agreed. "Not yours." "Not for us," Marian said, and that, more than any iron rod, bent the air. He looked at her. Really looked, not the way men look at women when they mean something else. Not the way rooms look at you to see what they can use. He looked like a man reading a ledger to find where the numbers had gone sideways. "You're the baker," he said, and she would have denied it if her hands hadn't smelled of flour. "I write the names," she said. "You wear iron wrong," he observed, admiring. "It suits you." "Turn round," Mr. Crane said, and now his voice was the sound a tree makes in wind when it has decided not to fall this year. The man on the bench nodded as if accepting instruction from a boulder. "As you like," he said, and flicked the rein. The horse took one step, obedient, trained. The wagon did not move. It didn't sink, the wheel didn't catch. It simply did not go, like a dream that can't imagine the next room. The man looked over his shoulder, puzzled. The mirror lashed to the frame was breathing. Not fast, not theatrical. In, out. In, out. As if it were standing at a window you could not see, fogging a glass you could not touch. "Go," Dorian said softly, and even his breath made a small fog in the cold. "Now." The man didn't argue. Men who lived by the road learned quickly what not to push. He made a quarter turn with the reins without the wheel doing it, as if showing willing to a thing that had no hands. The wagon remained where it was. The twins lifted their joined hands. They did not say words. They looked at the big mirror at the back of the wagon, and their faces went open, like windows in a house that has begrudged air and suddenly remembers summer. Marian felt the wrong notes of the day gather. A bucket's dull thud, a goat song's wheeze, a bell rung poorly, iron in a hem, and stacked themselves in the air without being struck. The mirror's breath went shallow. The hawthorn shadow leaned in to listen. The man on the bench held his hat down with one palm. The horse put its head down in the way of good horses when weather changes. Dorian said again. Not for us. Stay, Marian said, and did not know if she was speaking to the mirror, the twins, the road, or herself. Something in the glass, something that had believed itself owed, turned its face away. The mirror lost its breath. For a small, clean instant, the surface reflected properly. Hedge, hawthorn, the nervous sleeve of Marian's shawl. Go, Dorian said, and this time it wasn't instruction. It was permission granted by a thing that had been named enough to have duties. The wagon rolled, slow, as if reluctant then sure. The man nodded once, almost respectful, as if tipping his hat to a jury of his peers. You have your own traitor, he said to Marian, meaning the priest, meaning the twins, meaning the village. I'll take no business today. You'll take none any day, Mr. Crane said, and because he was a man who had held his breath at a door for hours without breaking, his words hung in the lane like a gate. The wagon went. Fog licked its wheels like a dog that wants to be remembered. The twins lowered their hands. The wrong notes slid into the ditch and made a sound like water that has been walking for a very long time and has decided to sit. Marian's knees discovered themselves and filed a complaint. She put a hand on Mr. Crane's arm to ask his muscles to remember hers. Thank you, Dorian said to the world, which was brave of him. On the way back, the twins walked behind Marian and Dorian and Mr. Crane, close enough that their breath made a little draft. For the first time since they had met the children, Marian felt something like fatigue in them. Not tiredness, exactly, but the solemn gravity of creatures who had done a thing that made other things possible. You will have to knock, the boy said abruptly, like a student blurting an answer to a question not yet asked. Not tonight, Dorian said, gentle but hard as iron. Not tonight, the girl agreed. When the room decides it cannot keep what it took unless you ask. Ask whom? Marian said, and already knew. The person, they said together, and the lane had just enough room for the word to put its feet down. Back in the square, the muslin sheets looked humbler, as if their day's arrogance had been taken outdoors and aired. Mr. Pell leaned against his doorframe and wiped his hands on a rag that would never again look untroubled. Mrs. Hartley stuck her head out of the bakery with a question on her face, and then put it back when she saw the set of Marian's mouth later. Old Maud lifted 2 fingers as if counting a thing only she could see, then nodded once as if the count had satisfied her. That night, the knock came again. Not at wood, not at glass. It came, 3 soft taps, through the iron laid on Marian's windowsill, as if the room had learned the shape of her stubbornness and decided to use her alphabet. The sound shivered in the rod like a plucked string. Her father stirred and said a name in his sleep that had been her mother's once. Marian went to the window and laid her palm on the metal. It held the day's wrong note inside it like a little kept fire. She shut her eyes and pictured the 4 corners she had named on the towel over the walnut mirror. She pictured the church door with Nora above the hinge. She pictured Mr. Pell's muslin and Mrs. Hartley's goat song and Tom's coin-sized face returning and then sulking away. Door, she said softly, not for us. The iron cooled a breath. The knock did not come again. Far off, at the orchard bend, a horse stamped, a man cursed amiably at a wheel, and fog made the sound fog makes when it remembers its manners and lies down. In the quiet that followed, the twins' voices arrived without crossing the square. Not in her ear, somewhere more tender. Remember your list, they said, loving and merciless. Add 5th thing. Marian lit the stub of candle and found the ledger. In her own hand, careful and uncompromising, she wrote beneath iron. 5th thing, ask. She capped the ink. She set the ledger down. She did not cry. She tucked the iron into her waistband because she liked who she was when it was there, less tempted to sing pretty. She went to her father's door and pressed her palm to D.A. in the towel's corner and then to his warm, old hand. He stirred, sighing the sigh people make when they mend a little in their sleep. "Stay," she said to him, to the village, to the door below the vestry they had named. "Stay until we ask the right way." And in the square, the muslin breathed in and out, keeping time with the bell that had not rung, as if learning the new pitch of a people who had decided, for one full day, not to be beautiful. Chapter 7. The Fifth Thing. Morning found Greybriar holding its breath a little less like a drowning man and a little more like a swimmer between strokes. The names on the cloths had dried to sturdy brown, where hands had worried at corners. Women had layered second squares and cross-stitched the words through both so even erasure would have to work for its meal. An iron rod lay along Mr. Pell's sill like a sleeping dog. Buckets wore labels. Doors wore palms. Marian woke to the familiar, well-mannered tapping, 3 soft knocks from the wood, patient as a person who knows you are home and kind enough to pretend not to mind the wait. She pressed her palm to door. "Not for US," and spoke it. The warmth under her hand sank, the way heat does when you lift a lid and the kitchen remembers itself as air. Her father's door stood open a thumb's width. "You say it like grace," he rasped, already sitting up, blanket around his shoulders. He was bright-eyed today in the way of men the illness cannot quite decide to claim. The brightness was beautiful and cruel. "It has manners if we do," she said, and brought him broth. "Your mother," he said between sips, eyes on the towel with its stitched corners. "She used to cover that mirror when thunder started yammering. Said lightning would learn our names if we let it. I laughed at her then like a fool pouring tea into a sieve. Now I think she had the weather measured." Marian set the bowl down. A memory rose, exact as if a hand had pushed it up through the surface of thinking. Her mother, hair pinned in the way she did when she meant business, tying a cloth over the walnut frame with neat, impatient hands. "You write your name in the corners, love," she'd said to little Marian, half game, half law. "So we don't forget where we live when the sky gets ideas." On the towel she'd stitched the tiniest Marian AG6 in a corner, the letters crooked as baby teeth. That towel lay now beneath the newer cloth, wrapped into the bundle, its old thread making a firmer underlogic. "Did you keep it because of her?" Marian asked. "Or because of you?" "Because of how I look in it," he said shamelessly, then softened. "Because of her. And because people keep the things that listen even when they shouldn't." He coughed. She steadied him. When the fit passed, he caught her wrist. "Whatever asking you are about to do today, don't ask me not to be your father while you do it." She kissed the thin skin at his temple, where the pulse spoke bravely. "Never." She opened the bakery to air that had thought about fog and then, remembering its rules, decided against it. Father Dorian was already in the square, the ledger against his ribs, iron at his hip, eyes bright with a particular tired joy, a man given a task size to his stubbornness. He had written a word in a child's neat hand on the board Mr. Flint used to advertise eels and ale. "Fifth thing, ask. Mrs." Hartley scowled at it like a woman inspecting a recipe written by a relative she liked but would never admit had a better loaf. "Ask whom?" she demanded, hands on hips. "The person," Dorian said simply. "Not the door. Not the room. Not the thing that thinks our names are furniture. The person." He glanced at the church. "We'll begin there." The twins stood within earshot, hand in hand, faces bright as plates, listening as if truth were a bell they could hear before it rang. The girl's mouth did the neatest thing then. Only the smallest corner moved, admiration or concern. With them, the two looks shared a face. "You must be prepared," she said, almost tender. "For what?" Mr. Heaps asked, already bracing to resent it. "For the answer," the boy said. "It is a kind of weather. Sometimes it rains." Mr. Crane had already walked to the church door and placed his palms flat on the wood. He stood there like a standing stone that had chosen where to live. The square hushed itself the way rooms do when someone speaks to them properly. Dorian took his place to the side, Marian at Mr. Crane's shoulder. Mrs. Hartley arrived with Nora's white ribbon tied around her wrist like a promise, she would refuse to break. Mr. Pell came because glass, even covered, longs to witness. Old Maud was escorted by nobody and needed nobody. The village made a chair of their attention beneath her without knowing it. What is asking? Marian murmured to the twins. What shape does it take? A prayer? A knock? A door asks by existing, the girl said. A person asks by remembering. And we, the boy added, keep the score honest. Dorian lifted the little handbell by its leather strap, but did not ring it. Even a good sound must earn its place. He looked at Mr. Crane, and the look they traded, priest to father, father to priest, said what men who cannot afford to let their voices tremble say, when they mean I am here for the whole of what happens. Then Dorian spoke, deliberately, each word laid down like a plank over a wet place. Nora Crane, he said.
Daughter.
Wild laugh. Ribbon loser. Full fixer. We are at the door with your name written where the hinge remembers it. He set the bell down as if setting a cup for a friend who would not drink yet. Do you know your name? Silence. Not empty, attentive. The wood warmed under Mr. Crane's hands, his breath hitched. Marian pressed her palm above the latch where yesterday she had written home. She felt, not sound, not movement, texture, as if someone's breath on the other side had roughed the grain subtle as moss. She does, the boy whispered. The twins did not look at the door. They didn't need to. They looked out and in at once, small ambassadors of what the room could not refuse them. Dorian nodded, relief and grief, both. Do you know our names, little one? He asked. Your father, Greybriar, the dog who steals your mother's shoe, the bell, the bread, the silly goose who hisses at your skirt. Mr. Crane's mouth twitched. The half-smile men make when their face remembers laughter faster than their heart. The wood under his palm went hotter a beat, as if someone against it had laughed and forgotten how to put the heat down again. She does, the girl said softly, the way one speaks of a child's talent for catching insects and letting them go. Dorian looked at Mr. Crane. Now we ask, he said quietly. Mr. Crane drew breath. He did not make a speech. He did not say all of the things he had thought to say 100 times sitting on his bed with his hands opening and closing like a man kneading the air. He said, very simply, Nora? The wood hummed. Marian felt the hum in her teeth, the way a note finds the glass it will break if you let it crow on. She pressed harder to keep the sound in the wood and not in her own bones. Do you want to come home? Dorian asked. He did not let hope crowd the space. He did not dress it. He set the question down and stepped back to make it true. For a handful of heartbeats, nothing. Marian thought of Mrs. Pater with her face pressed to muslin, and how easy it would be to ask the wrong person the right thing and call it clean. She thought of the pain below the vestry and the rooms that sulked when sung to wrong. She thought of the fifth thing written in her hand on the board and felt suddenly that the asking might be less an opening than an agreement. The wood cooled. Marian frowned. The warmth shifted sideways. Not ebb, not refusal. Movement. Mr. Crane's big hands tightened. He made a sound a man makes when a weight just beyond his ability becomes slightly less beyond. She hears the full breathing, the girl said, delighted, like a child reporting on a bird. She knows which board in the stall groans when you step on it. She wants. The girl cocked her head, listening with her whole small skull. She wants you to put the ribbon in the middle. Mrs. Hartley fumbled a knot at her wrist like a mother with a child's hair at the schoolhouse door, then slapped the ribbon into Marian's palm, offended by her own tears. Marian laid the ribbon flat against the panels where she had written home. The wood, a good piece of oak that had been a tree that had been wind, that had been stubborn, warmed in a circle the size of a child's head. Please, Mr. Crane said, and the word did not diminish him. It lengthened him, the way a man grows taller when he stands on the fact of himself. Knocks came, not from outside, not from in, through. 3 smart taps the size of a small fist, at the height of a small head. The twins both smiled, a neat, fierce, approving thing, and the square took a breath as if air itself had remembered how to be used. You must say what you are willing to pay, the boy said gently. The village pulled back at that like a horse at a too fast hand. Pay what? Mr. Heaps bristled. Not blood, the girl said, impatient with adults who always thought in metal and wounds.
Choice.
Say it, Old Maud commanded from her chair, voice new iron on old oak. Say you'll let be, if she says no. Mr. Crane closed his eyes a moment, as if assembling the words from pieces he'd left out in weather. When he opened them, the world was in them and would have to behave. Nora, he said, if you want to come, I'll carry you. If you want to stay, I'll learn the shape of your warmth and visit without knocking. I'll take your answer like bread and not ask for cake. The door cooled, not away, down, like a fever tending toward a human number. Marian's fingers, still on the ribbon, felt the tiniest indentations of a child's breath. In, out, in, out. Dorian's eyes were wet and made a better priest for it. The twins let go each other's hands and laid their palms flat to the air an inch from the wood, as if instructing the idea of a threshold in politeness. Ask the last, the girl said. Dorian's voice did not falter. Is there someone you need, he asked, beside this door, so you know which side is home? A hesitation, and then, itsy, soft, a warmth in the wood at the height of a woman's hip. Marian saw Mr. Crane's face break open and become a boy who had believed women could turn seasons with the tilt of their heads. Nora's mother had been dead since a winter that had taught everyone the difference between ash and dust. Marian watched a man see the place where a person would be if the world were different, and refused to say unfair. He nodded once, huge and tiny. All right, he said. I'll be two people then.
We can help, the boy said.
We can hold a shoulder on each side. Not yet, the girl said, almost chiding her twin in that way siblings carry their own calendar of when a thing should be done. One more asking first. A smaller one. She turned her head toward Mr. Pell's shop where the muslin breathed and dried, breathed and dried. Eliza Pater, she said, and the name was neither invitation nor dismissal, only a child answering a roll. We'll ask her, Dorian agreed. They crossed the square as if carrying a sleeping child. No flapping, no fuss. Mr. Pell had cleaned under his nails twice in the last hour because he didn't know what else to do. The tips of his fingers were raw and shining. The muslin over the great pane hung heavy. A damp oval had returned as patient as a person testing whether you meant what you said. Eliza, Dorian said softer, we are outside the pane. We are untidy and loud this week. We have goat songs and iron. We have your name in our mouths. Do you know it? The muslin warmed, the oval deepened. Marian smelled the faintest cinnamon. Ridiculous, wrong. Then realized Eliza's rolls, the ones she baked on Thursdays, had always carried too much spice, and people loved her for it. Do you know ours? Marian asked, giving back what the twins had taught her. The warmth spooled, found edges, traced them. Eliza, Rose, Agnes. That last name swam up so sweet and sure Marian's throat made a betrayal of sound. In the sheet, the oval deepened, a tender dent where a forehead leans when it's telling a secret to someone who doesn't deserve it and loves you anyway. Do you want to come home? Dorian asked. Long nothing. Not cold. Not refusal. Busy. The sheet's damp spread and wrinkled, as if someone behind it had lifted her hands to rearrange a bun that didn't need straightening. Old Maud's rosary clicked once in her lap and then was still. The old let sound out the side when pain crosses the room. She likes the way her sister sounds on that side. The boy said, very matter-of-fact. It's the right temperature. She can set the table without being told she did it wrong. She is loved without being asked to get smaller first, the girl said. Dorian's mouth opened and closed. Sometimes he was quick, sometimes he was wise. Today he chose wise. Eliza, he said, we will not put our hands on the cloth again unless you ask us. We will lay your name on the corner and call it stay so you don't lose your way when you step out. We love you enough to stand on the step. The muslin cooled. The damp held a shape, a palm, perhaps, and then thinned like breath does when someone laughs against your neck and walks away. Mr. Pell made a sound like a pain settling. Mrs. Hartley was not crying and slapped anyone who suggested she might be. It rains, Mr. Heaps muttered, because the boy had warned them and men like him prefer to say it out loud, so theirs isn't the only mouth the weather learns. Sometimes, Dorian said, and put his hand briefly over the place where Agnes had shown itself. Sometimes it rains. Back at the church, Mr. Crane hadn't moved. He stood with his palms to the wood, and the wood held their shape. Marian took the ribbon in both hands and tied it to the iron laid along the threshold, so the knot lay exactly under the place where a small hand's warmth had pulsed. Dorian nodded approval, like a man at a fence finally sitting right. "Ask again," the girl said, cheerful as a child urging a younger one to jump rope. Not because success is guaranteed, but because jumping is the only way to learn how failure isn't the worst thing. "Nora," Mr. Crane said, and the word shook the hinge because the hinge had not been asked such a fine question in a long time. "Will you come?" A sound came then that was not a knock and not a sob and not the wind. It was the sound a loaf makes in the oven when it reaches the minute before done. The little sigh as it decides to be bread. The door warmed like a rise. "It wants 2 hands," the boy said, and set his small palm in the air a thumb's width from Mr. Crane's right. The girl mirrored him on the left. They did not touch the wood. They held the idea of touching steady so the world would understand. "Marian," Dorian said without looking away. She stepped to the door and set her palm next to home. She thought of Nora's full and Nora's missing teeth and crumbs stuck to Nora's damp cheek and the way children know where to stand in kitchens that love them. She thought of the old pane under the vestry, of its edges being taught manners. She thought of Eliza, of the bright and brutal rightness of not today, and her eyes filled and she did not blink because blinking is a kind of looking and she had sworn off being pretty.
"Little one," she said,
"I will carry the other end of whatever your father must carry to fetch you. And I will be the woman at the door when you wake at night and remember to be 3 years old again for a minute. And I will spend what I have of fear on the way and write the receipt on your ribbon. Will you come?" The wood answered with heat so clean she gasped. The iron along the threshold thrummed once, a struck thing agreeing. The bell in the tower, asleep, turned a fraction on its beam and made the smallest approving sound, like a throat clearing to say ready. "Now," the twins said, and didn't so much speak the word as ushered past. Heat on Marian's palm concentrated into a small circle, the size of a child's mouth making a kiss through wood. Mr. Crane made a noise like a plank finally sitting in its notch. There came, from below, the slightest changing of pressure, a building, the way ovens do when bread is at the moment before they give up their heat, the way lungs do when the next breath will be work and gift both. "Door," Dorian said. "For us." "Home," Marian said, and the word meant here and bread, and my hands will be busy making your name more true than the room that tempted it. The wood warped, no, not warped, relaxed, as if a jaw had unclenched. Along the crack where latch meets jam, a thread of damp appeared and then sank back, modest, as if embarrassed to have shown. The ribbon twitched against the iron like a live thing. Mr. Crane leaned forward, huge and careful. The twins did the smallest, neatest nod now. The latch lifted a hair, as if it had been holding its own breath since someone planed at the spring the Cranes moved into the cottage. Not open. Not yet. It lifted enough to show it knew the difference between shut and closed. From the other side, 3 taps. Not at the height of a small fist this time. Down low, at the place a child would knock if she had remembered, at the last second, that doors are heavy and the floor is friend. Mr. Crane laughed, one unpretty, holy bark, and cried without shame. He bent, great shoulders making a shelter for the sound, and laid his broad palm where the lower panels met. Marian crouched beside him, iron singing once, happy to be used right. Dorian's hand went to the bell but did not ring it. He only held it like a man holds a promise and lets it humskin to metal. "On 3, the boy said, and the girl said it with him.
1.
2. They didn't say 3. They waited for the person on the other side to say it, which is how you ask and mean it. A tiny voice, muffled to the shape of wood. 3. The latch lifted its fraction. The seam widened. A heartbeat's worth, no more. A scrap of ribbon, white, with a smudge of horse, poked through the hair's breadth of opening and lay against iron like a flag deciding which way to fly. The door did not swing. Doors in Greybriar don't do anything fast. That is why people live as long as they do here, even when storms come and traders bring breathing glass. But it had chosen. Wood remembers. Hinges keep score. Asking had turned something. The twins let go of the air, hands falling to their sides as if there were gravity just for them. They looked very tired and very pleased, which is how teachers look when a student writes their name correctly for the first time and the chalk breaks at the same moment. Tomorrow, the girl said, not promise, not threat calendar. Bring someone whose hands smell like straw, the boy added, practical as bread. She likes that. Alice at the livery, Marion said. Or Tom with a cowlick. He smells like everything. Mr. Crane, still crouched, still weeping like a person finding land with his knees, nodded so hard the door knocked with his head. He laughed at that, and the door laughed with him, a soft thud, being struck and liking it because it means it will open more later. Around them the village exhaled and then, sheepish at its own noise, pretended it had not. Mrs. Hartley fetched a stool without being asked and planted it by the church step like a gate. Old Maud leaned in her chair and closed her eyes, counting a thing that had been owed her for decades and had finally paid one small coin. Marion straightened. Her knees complained. So did something quieter, deeper, the part of a body that knows when asking has costed a pound of something you can't get back. She put her palm to home again and felt the heat answer. Modest, obedient, alive. Now Eliza knows she may choose, Dorian said softly. And Nora knows what we sound like when we mean love and not hunger. He looked at the twins and, God help him, God love him, inclined his head, priest bowing to small gods who live in rooms people built. We'll keep the day wrong. We'll sing ugly. We'll write names until the thread goes. We'll carry iron like manners. The twins watched the door, as if letting go of a hand they were certain would be held by someone else now. The boy's eyelashes were wet. The girl wiped his cheek with businesslike gentleness, then smoothed her own coat where no wrinkle lay. You'll have to ask the big door, too, she said softly, no drama. The one under the vestry.
Not now.
Not while it thinks you forget its name. When it remembers that you're the ones who gave it a part to play and can take that part away. What do we ask it? Marion said. The twins said together, grave as winter. Who told you to be hungry? Dorian's hand tightened on the bell. The leather creaked. And if it says you, he asked, not flinching. Then you say, the boy answered. We're done. Marion laughed once, a small-edged thing that left her gentler. We'd better finish our lists, she said to Dorian, because making a list is another kind of asking, of paper, of path, of yourself. Songs it hates.
Iron.
Names. No knocking.
Ask.
And the sixth thing, Dorian said absently, already writing on the back of his hand as if the ledger could not contain it. What's the sixth? Mrs. Hartley demanded, ready to scold it if needed. Stand. Old Maud croaked from her bench, not opening her eyes. The sixth thing is stand. They stood, awkwardly, stubbornly, beautifully, while the door cooled to ordinary, while Mr. Crane learned how to breathe a man's new way, while the muslin across the square remembered how to be only cloth for a few minutes, while the bell up in the dark turned itself back to its favorite angle and did not ring because not every victory loves applause. When Marion went home, she lifted the towel on the walnut mirror only enough to put her mouth to the cloth and say, very softly, into stitches and thread, I will ask you the right way when it's time, and you will speak to me, not to my longing. Under her palm the seam cooled, like a child's forehead after a good story. She wrote 2 more names on the corners, Alice and Foal, and laughed because the world was teaching her to be ridiculous until it worked. Before she blew out the lamp, she lifted the iron from her waistband and laid it across the window in the manner of a woman laying a faith to bed. Somewhere out in the lane, the trader's wagon, already leaving, chuckled to itself, will over a stone, customer refused, appetite deferred. Somewhere under the church, the pane with the rooms pressed its face to its linen once and, finding it cool, settled, learning to sleep. And at the church door, in the lamplight that crept under the sill like a tamed cat, a narrow scrap of white ribbon lay perfectly still, caught, safe, waiting for small fingers on a kinder day.
Chapter 8 stand.
Greybriar woke to a weather made of choices. The fog had not come, but the habit of not glancing stayed. Palms went to wood before eyes went to glass, and the village wore its cloths as if they were flags flown at half-mast for the length of a lesson. The list on Mr. Flint's board had grown a new line in a different hand. Narrow script, old steadiness. Sixth thing, stand.
Maud.
Marian read it on her way to the pump, sleeve rolled, hair pinned with the utilitarian arrogance of a woman who expects to argue with water. She cupped her palms under the first spill, the cold biting in a way that reminded her she had bones. Across the square, the rope around the well had been wrapped with yet more cloth, names stitched through names until the whole thing looked like a bandage for a wounded giant. The iron rod along Mr. Pell's sill sat with the serene pride of a tool asked to do exactly what it was made for. Morning, Father Dorian said, appearing at her elbow, like a man conjured by the word duty. He had chalked dust on his sleeves, as if he'd wrestled a slate. Shifts for standing. He tapped the list with his knuckle. Not guard, stand. One at the church door, one at the well, one at the glaziers, one to walk the lane behind the wash house where the barrel sulked.
No hero weeks.
Just wait. Wait. Marian said, liking the word's plainness.
Of being seen, he said.
Rooms don't like witnesses they can import into themselves. She nodded. I'll take the bakery door and the glaziers until noon. Mrs. Hartley can be bribed with buns to take the wash house. Done, Dorian said. He made a mark in the ledger with the satisfaction of a man underlining a truth. Her father was unusually upright at the table, the blanket around his shoulders like a cape he'd claimed as rank rather than need. He watched her lay out bread with the look of a man memorizing the shape of a daughter he had made and sometimes still didn't understand. I dreamt last night I was standing, he said. Not walking, not running, not laying down. Standing at the orchard lane where your mother used to wave that ridiculous hat at geese. Felt taller than the hawthorn. It suits you, Marian said. Standing. That what you're up to today? He asked, pride beating his cough to the punch. That and asking, she said. And flour. I think we'll use flour. He squinted. You're going to bake the door shut? She kissed his brow. I'm going to make the ground stop reflecting like it thinks it's clever. By 9, stand had become a rhythm. Mr. Heap stood by the well with his cap off out of respect for something he refused to name. Every few minutes he shifted his weight, and the rope, feeling it, settled as if appreciating company. Mrs. Hartley planted herself by the wash-house door with her goat song on a hair trigger and a basin of pins like a general's munitions. 2 schoolgirls stood at the glaziers in turns of 10 minutes, reading aloud from a primer the way people talk in a sick room to keep a shape in the air. Marian took the bakery door and then traded with Mr. Pell so he could sit for once and watch someone else fail to polish a pane. As she crossed the square, the twins glided into step beside her, small and exact, hands as always interlaced. You look like people who have decided to be difficult, the girl said approvingly. Standing is the hardest thing to teach, the boy added. Bodies want to do. We're doing, Marian said. We're refusing to make the room more beautiful than it should be. Mr. Pell came out with a length of muslin he'd decided to double fold for weight. He nodded to Marian and then, because children are dealt with best when you don't pretend they aren't events, nodded to the twins. I have something, he said to Marian, voice pitched low because Lo had been keeping him afloat all week. Tom's reflection doesn't show in the front pane at all now. It shows fine in a puddle and poorly in a spoon. His mouth twisted. He keeps checking himself in spoons. I'm going to break something if I see it again. Tom, cowlick mutinous as ever, hovered in the doorway, pretending to look for a nail. His mouth had the pinched look of a boy who suspects his face has become a lie. Marian turned to him with the strict kindness you use to slip a bandage off a child. Look at me, she said.
He did.
You're here the way boys are here. Knees too fast, teeth not sure, eyes too much. Say your name. He did, a little defensively. Tom Pell. And tell me 2 things about your face. He balked. Boys will, when asked to look at themselves without humor as oil. My nose is a nose, he said finally, flushing. My ears stick. They do, she agreed, not a tease. She took his cheeks lightly in her flower-cool hands. Now tell Mr. Pell 3 things about his face. Tom shot a scared glance at his master. Mr. Pell lifted his chin, brave as a man who'd rather have a pane thrown at him than this. Tom swallowed. You have lines here, he said, touching the air near the corners of Mr. Pell's mouth, that look like you keep swallowing jokes. A startled noise, half laugh, from the room. Your left eyebrow has more, you care with it. Mr. Pell blinked and then, to his credit, lifted the left brow involuntarily and looked unfairly handsome for a second. And the bit your daughter calls your cut. Tom traced the tiny white nick near Mr. Pell's temple. You got it when the pain slid. You kept your hands. You bled a lot, and then you didn't. Mr. Pell made a sound that might have been a grief, and might have been a thank you. Marian released Tom's face, satisfied.
There, she said.
We can be mirrors for each other. Let's be impolite ones. The twins watched, bright-eyed. People make very good rooms when they decide to, the girl said, a little wistfully. Stay close, Marian told Tom.
No spoon?
He sighed and slid the spoon handle from his pocket like a boy handing over contraband. A clatter up the lane, staccato, like hooves on hard ground, made the square turn. Alice from the livery came down the slope at a no-nonsense trot, straw still in her hair, palms and forearms perfumed with hay and honest sweat. She had a broom in one hand and a halter thrown over her shoulder like a scarf. When she drew even with Marian, she did not bother to greet. She jerked her chin at the church door. Got the message, she said, and a brilliant, rough affection went through Marian for girls who arrive without embroidery. Mr. Crane stepped from his place by the door, giant among iron and wood and choosing. His eyes, for a wonder, were not bloodshot. A man who has slept standing sometimes wakes more himself than a man who lay down. Alice flung the halter over the iron on the threshold and pressed her palms to the wood at child's height, the way someone who loves beasts knows how to put hands. She breathed. The door warmed to the temperature of a stall at dawn. You smell right, the boy said, pleased. Don't get used to it, Alice said without moving her mouth, and the girl's mouth twitched. Joy at a joke delivered, perfectly dead. Nora, Dorian said softly. The knock came, quick, eager. The way children knock when they are on their own doorstep and they pretend, for pleasure, not to be expected. The latch lifted its hair again. None of them pushed. Standing is also not pushing. But Mr. Crane's big hand memorized the precise weight of that half-ounce of give, and he made that weight into a rule his chest would keep. They stayed like that. Alice's straw scent, Mr. Crane's patience, Dorian's deliberate breath, Marian's palm on home, the twins' small exact presence, until the warmth in the wood went from glow to ember, as if a child on the other side had fallen briefly asleep with her hand to the door. Tomorrow, Alice said, and off she went because chores don't do themselves and good girls don't ask permission to leave. Tomorrow, Mr. Crane echoed, and the word didn't defeat him, it made him larger. Late morning brought a new problem with a familiar face. Puddles. Last night's careful weather had left little saucers of stillness in the cart ruts by the square and along the lane to the wash-house. Children were told not to jump them, which meant children had already planned to, and Mrs. Hartley could not be in 2 places at once no matter how she glared. Marian stood between 2 puddles and watched them reflect a slice of sky and a sliver of girl in an apron, and felt her skin prick in that quiet, unholy way.
Flower, she said.
Flower, Dorian said, and then louder. Marian says flower. She fetched a sack from the bakery, already half spoken for, the kind of thing that would make her cringe in any other season. She dusted the puddles quickly, punitive as a baker punishing a sticky bench. The change was immediate and ungainly. The surfaces went from mirrory tempting to milked and dull. A child squealed, disappointed. Nothing to see here, and this time Marian welcomed exactly that. What a waste, Mr. Heaps muttered automatically, then bowed his head under the glare of 10 women. Waste of the devil's time, I meant, he amended. Say door, not for us as you dust. Dorian instructed the men with sacks like a general posting the line. Call the names you know. Make the ground remember its dirt. They did, voices reaching a sturdy cadence. Door, not for US. Home, barrel.
Lane.
Mr. Flint tried to keep his mouth shut and failed, belting the goat lullaby between handfuls of flour with a zeal that would have gotten him drummed out of any respectable choir, and did the day good. The muslin across the square gave a little shiver and then relaxed, as if worn out by the wrongness. By noon, white patches dotted Greybriar like poorly planned snow. Children drew with sticks in the flour as if the earth had been given chalk, which made Marian unexpectedly happy. The world was being written on by their right hands. Someone, Mrs. Hartley, she would deny it to her deathbed, had scrawled rooms don't like dust across the lane in a surprisingly elegant script. Old Maud, stationed on her bench like a witness sworn in by a sky no court could presume to claim, nodded once, vindicated by all these small indignities committed against reflection. The twins were very quiet. Twice, Marian found the boy studying his empty palm, as if remembering the weight of his shard. Twice, the girl lifted her free hand and drew a square in the air, corners labeled with invisible names, then touched the center as if to test whether it still wanted to be a door. When Marian made the mistake of saying, "Are you tired?" the girl's small face rippled with an emotion that was not human, and then was. "We don't get tired," she said, almost cross. "We get more." "More?" Marian echoed. "Full," the boy said, choosing better. "When rooms sulk, we are heavy. When you sing wrong, we are lighter." "Then we'll sing," Marian said, and she meant it beyond the day. They kept stand through the afternoon. It changed the way the square felt, the way a candle changes a room not by adding light, but by declaring a discipline. Attention made visible. People who might have fled indoors when fear grows teeth found themselves lingering, hands in pockets, weight on one hip, listening to the shared project of not feeding a thing that would maim them better than they could bear. At 4, Mr. Pell's apprentice slipped his hand into his master's, a motion so quick and then ashamed of itself that it nearly escaped notice. Mr. Pell pretended to be startled by a draft and rearranged his stance, so the boy's little fingers could hide in his coat. The muslin over the great pane sighed once, and then, perhaps to save face, stayed still. At 5, the wind came up, the honest kind that made dry laundry crack and the iron on sills sing very softly to itself, pleased to be acknowledged. Dorian closed the ledger and stood with his hands behind his back like a man watching his own house after a fire has been kept from the roof. "Tonight," he said without turning, "below the vestry, we ask the big door." Marian's stomach did the small, sober flip you get at the top of a hill when the cart decides to go, and you decide to trust it. "We ask, who told you to be hungry?" she said, working the words through her teeth as if trying meat whose spice she doesn't know. "And we stand," Dorian said, "whatever it says." "Whatever it says," she agreed, and felt the grit of it in her bones, a pleasant grit like sand in a loaf you baked the day after the storm and were too tired to sift perfectly. They gathered as if, for a funeral they had chosen not to be sad at. Mr. Crane, whose pull to the church door had a new tether to patience. Mr. Pell with iron filings in his hair as if he'd been dreaming under a forge. Mrs. Hartley armed with a goat melody and pins. Tom with his ears sticking out and his face fully present in the faces of the people who would reflect him back. Old Maud, who refused an arm and took the stair one small step at a time with a fury that made everyone else gentler on their feet. The twins came last, hand in hand, empty-palmed and luminous in a way that had nothing of glow and everything of attention paid perfectly. In the vestry, the air felt thinner, as if a polite guest were hogging more than its share and you hadn't worked up the courage to ask it to move. Dorian lit the lamp and then, thinking better, struck 2 more and set them far apart, so the shadows arranged themselves in corners rather than making their own rooms. He turned the key in the low door, lifted the vine-embroidered cloth, and everyone breathed as if entering cold water they had chosen. Down the stairs, the stone was damp, not puddled, but with the suggestion of breath. The linen over the cradle had dried to a papery stillness since they'd last come. It now looked, indecently, like a shroud. Dorian set the lamp in the bracket and stood before the cloth with his hands hanging loose at his sides, the way a man stands when he is ready to catch a falling thing, and also ready to let it break his arms, if that's the price. "No one touches," he said, softer than the stone. Marian stood at his right shoulder, her hip iron humming against her like a tame hound. Mr. Crane took his place on the other side, man as buttress. The twins moved to the foot of the cradle and faced the blankness with the composure of locksmiths waiting to be told which way the key must turn. Old Maud perched on the lowest step, close enough to hear but not eager to be out of breath when judgment came. Dorian lifted the edge of the linen. Not high. Enough. A hand's breadth of pain. The same dull gray. The same threads of borrowed light. The same hazy depth that wanted to be a verb. And at the edge, because Dorian had taught her to look at edges, Marian saw rooms gather. They came present the way cats do when you shake a box of matches. Interested, wary, prepared to pretend they had meant to arrive anyway. The peony hallway, the damp patch, the chair's worn arms, all as before. And this new, what looked like the inside of a church door, seen from within, with a child's ribbon pinned in the corner. "Nora," Mr. Crane breathed, and the pain pulsed the way sea does at noon. Dorian did not greet it. He did not name it blessing or curse. He did not call it mirror. He lifted his chin as if speaking up to a judge who'd preferred to sit while everyone else stood. "Door," he said, as they had agreed. "Who told you to be hungry?" The pain did not move. But the room did, not with air, not with sound, with remembering. Marian felt an odd pressure against the front of her teeth, as if a word had laid down across them and asked to be tasted. A chorus came, which is a terrible word for what it was. Not voices, not even sums of voices. A sense. The way a crowd will shift in agreement when a cart is pushed up a rut. Bits of the village's past leaned forward inside the glass and pressed their weight to an idea. "We did," the pain said without speaking.
"You did."
It was an accusation. It was inventory. Marian picked out the shapes of her mother's towel, of a younger Dorian's predecessor in a hat that had embarrassed him, of a trader's hand lifting muslin from a wagon and saying cheap, and knowing what the word meant here. An exchange you think you've won when you've only paid with a coin you won't miss until the next day. "Say it." Old Maud rasped like tinder catching. "Say the part that hurts first." Dorian's jaw worked once. He did not look away from the small lip of pain. "We told you to be hungry," he said. "We fed you with what we couldn't bear to not hear. We watered you with the names of our dead." The pain warmed in the way that makes the air above it go wrong. The twins went very still, which is how you know a room is seeing what it hoped it would. Marian pressed the iron at her hip, feeling its steadying grunt. "We're done," Dorian said. He didn't dress it. He didn't attach it to a sermon. He didn't say "we repent" or "please" or "nevertheless." He laid done down like a beam across a narrow ravine, and then stood on it. The pain resisted. Not violently, no flurry, no thrown images. It did what rooms do. It offered. At the edges, the peony paper brightened. A table laid itself, the shadow of a woman, no one they knew, passed and put her hand on the back of a chair the way a wife would when her husband had left it pulled out just enough to be affectionate and not enough to be tidy. The comfort offered up had a smell. Yeast, soap, the river on a day it never flooded. "Stand," Maud said from the step, a command and a benediction. "Don't let it sell." They stood. Marian's shoulders lit with the precise burn you get when a bag of flour is heavier than your pride, and you decide to carry it anyway. Mr. Crane's breath settled into a gate's rhythm. Open/close, open/close, and did not catch even when the edge offered him a shadow of a girl who might have been as if winter were kinder and horses lived always. The twins' hands tightened, on nothing, on air, together. "We will feed you differently," Dorian said. "We will feed you with wrong songs and names on corners and people looking at each other's faces until the glass goes dull with boredom. We will not give you heat you didn't earn." The pain cooled a fraction, petulant, like a child forced to put back a toy already in their mouth. Marian, who had not taken her eyes from the edge, saw a new room slide into view. A cellar somewhere, a row of jars, A mirror turned to face the wall. It existed. It accepted. It sulked. Who else told you? Marian asked, surprising herself. Apart from us. The edge of the pane showed, for a beat, a face not wearing a face. The traitor. Or his absence. Or the idea of a man who brings you a thing you didn't know you could adore until it ruins you. The girl said, very softly, they lied to you, too. We're done, Dorian repeated, and it was not a threat. It was a policy. You may keep rooms for those who choose, who say it with their breath, who want the sound you offer more than ours. We will not argue with people. We will argue with you. Old Maud's rosary clicked once, approval. Mr. Pell let out a breath he had been holding since before he married. Tom, on the steps, did not know what he was watching and knew better than any of them. Whatever this was would become the kind of story boys tell badly in the square because their mouths are too small to carry the edges of it. The pane tried again. It moved sideways, like a fish in slow water deciding whether to stay in the shade. The peonies dulled. The table dropped its offer. The ribbon at the inside of the church door drifted exactly the width of a thread and then lay down. The muslin that was not present and was everywhere gave a small defeated sigh, as if several houses at once had set their linens to soak and then, remembering the price of soap, decided to scrub by hand instead. Close, the twins said, not to the pane, not to Dorian, not to the village, to the idea of open. They spoke to the hinge that exists before wood. Their little hands did not lift. They didn't need to. Language in their mouths was an instrument you had to tune to their pitch, or not at all. The pane's edge dimmed a shade. Not death, not sleep. A nap it resented taking. Cover it, Dorian said, breath shaken but disciplined. He and Marian lowered the linen together. The cloth fell with that papery sound, like a secret retold, to the right ear at last. The chain hooked, once sure. The lamp flame wobbled, then found its spine. No one spoke for 3 breaths. There is a kind of silence that needs to set. If you touch it too fast, it tears. You did it, Mr. Heap said at last, because men like him are happiest naming a She traced the word stay in the center again, not because it had faded, but because ink loves company. Her father coughed once and turned, breath settling into a rhythm she trusted like a clock she'd wound with her own hand. She went to him, tucked the blanket, and told him the shortest version of the longest thing. We stood. He nodded because men who have spent their lives upright understand everything worth knowing inside that syllable. Before she doused the lamp, a tap came, not wood, not iron. The smallest thumb against her own palm from inside, nothing at all. For a foolish instant her heart tried to throw itself from her chest like a startled bird. She laid her free hand flat over the towel, 2 palms making a door that knew its job. Tomorrow, she said, and it didn't feel like putting something off. It felt like keeping time. Out in the square, the twins took up a post on the low step of the well, sitting like bookends. They didn't talk. They didn't have to. Children loud by day can be monks by night if you give them a task and a rule they admire. They watched the muslin breathe and dry, breathe and dry. They watched the iron sing to itself, content. They watched the flour gather dew in the cart ruts, turning to paste, refusing reflection out of sheer stubbornness. Down below, a pane learned or remembered what it is for when a village says no and means us. It would not forget. Neither would they. In the morning, they would ask again. At noon, they would sing wrong. In the evening, they would stand until standing taught the rooms in their bones that hunger is a choice doors do not get to make. Greybriar slept, not pretty, but properly. Chapter 9, The Seventh Thing. The day after they told the big door we're done, Greybriar woke to a sky with its mind made up. Not fog rain. Honest, working rain in clean vertical lines, the sort that laundresses bless and glaziers curse because it makes even the best pains think about telling stories. Flour turned to paste in the cart ruts. Names on cloth bled a little and then set harder like vows that have been cried on. Iron sang to itself in a key that meant use me. Marian cupped a hand under the eave to catch a trickle and tasted it without thinking, a child's test. It tasted like roof and road and promise. Her father sat straighter than he had in a week and insisted on standing to lace his shoes. She let him and pretended not to see his hands shake. The towel over the walnut mirror wore its stitched corners proudly, asking, "Stand, door, not for US, stay." And the seam under the cloth had cooled enough to be only wood again, not a thought. On Mr. Flint's board, under sixth thing, "Stand," someone had written, in a younger hand that tried to look as sure as Maud's and almost did. Seventh thing, space left blank. Who left it blank? Mrs. Hartley demanded, arriving in the square with a basket and a stare like a warrant. Cowards. Not cowardice, Father Dorian said mildly, ledger under his arm in a wrapper of waxed paper, iron at his hip, hair actually combed for once. An invitation. To what? Mr. Heaps barked. Improvisation? That's how disasters get born. You let people make up the seventh thing, and someone's going to bring a song. We do need one, Marian said, thinking of the way the pain had sulked under linen, of the way the church door had warmed at Nora's knock, of Eliza's name cooling in muslin because someone had finally loved her right. We need the thing we swore not to do. The twins were at the well already, as if rain had taught them how to be part of water without being wet. They were bareheaded, and the rain slicked their hair to their skulls and made them look younger and older at once. When Marian crossed to them with a cloth for each small head, the girl accepted it with a nod and didn't use it. The boy smiled like a saint and put his on exactly the way a small old man would, corner squared, not practical. "You will have to knock," the girl said, in the tone of a child who has reminded you before to bring your shawl and doesn't mind doing it again if it keeps you from a fever. "Not glass," the boy added. "Wood. The right wood. The door that knows your names." Dorian joined them, rain slicking the furrow over his brow until he had to scowl just to keep water from his eyes. "We'll knock when she asks," he said, not a breath sooner. As if conjured by the caution, a sound rose from the church door. Not a knock, not yet, but that little preparatory hum would make when a hand on one side and a hand on the other remember each other at the same time. Mr. Crane already there. He slept these days, within sight of a step, stood so fast the stool skittered. Alice trotted up, straw in her hair where the rain had pasted it, an expression on her mouth that would have tamed a bullock. "Nora?" Dorian said softly. The hum steadied. 3 taps. Quick, the way a child knocks when she's forgot she can walk in without knocking because it is hers. Mr. Crane laughed like a man who just found his keys in his own pocket after a week's searching, and cried like a man whose pocket had a hole. He put his palm flat, then lower again, feeling for the place where small bones remember to be brave. Alice laid her straw hands alongside. Marian set her own palm to home, felt heat answer like bread at the last minute before done, and spoke, not to the door, to the person. "Little one," she said, "we're ready to do the thing we swore not to do, if it's for you. Knock back. Ask us." The knock came. Not perfectly. In rain, nothing is perfect. It is true. A small fist learned the timing of a world that did not want to teach it. "Top, top, top." The 7th, old Maud said, arriving with a shawl full of weather and a face full of decree, as if the rain were in her employ. She put up one hand and wrote the word in air where a slate ought to be. Knock. Dorian didn't hesitate. He looked to Marian. She nodded. Mr. Crane nodded. Alice already had. The twins did not nod. They simply brightened, not with light, with permission. Once, Dorian said to the village, voice carrying past rain without straining. Only once. On would we name. Not the pain. Not the well lip. Not anything that gives us back our faces. Only wood that learned us. He set his knuckles to the church door. Marian set hers beneath his. Mr. Crane, enormous, bent and set his down low where a child's reach would learn itself. Alice set hers beside Marian's, straw scent stubborn against rain. The twins lifted their small hands and did not touch, the way they had learned to not touch and make the world move anyway. Dorian counted not with numbers, but with breath.
In, out.
In again, and then all 4 hands, and the idea of the twins' hands, and the village's unlocked breath made the gentlest sound in the world.
Knock.
It wasn't a bang. It was the way a mother taps a child's back to ease a hiccup. It was manners. It was a summons spoken lovingly to a thing with a hinge. What answered sounded like a seam unseaming, the tiny sigh when a lid chooses not to stick. The latch lifted a hair higher than yesterday. Rain hushed itself as if curious. The iron across the threshold thrummed a clean C, pleased with itself. Somewhere in the tower the bell adjusted its old back and called a single, quiet note without being asked, ready. The crack between jam and leaf showed blacker for an instant, and Marian, who had sworn off pretty, saw a bright whiteness inside it, quick as a fish. She shut her eyes against it, not out of fear, out of fidelity. She had promised to be not beautiful until it worked. Tomorrow, the girl twin said, almost giddy and very tired, as if she had run a long way without moving. Tomorrow is the door's day. Stand tonight, the boy said. Hold corners with names. Sing wrong. Ask only if asked. They did. The rain was a blessing and a trial. Puddles made mouths everywhere. Flour did what flour could until paste defeated it. Dorian organized a line of boys with brooms and names stitched to their jacket sleeves, broom written in a flourish by Mrs. Hartley's hand, and they dragged a rude crosshatch through the ruts to rough the surfaces. The muslin at Mr. Pell's breathed slow and sulky, and then, every hour, tried a little trick, damp pressing, cooling, damp pressing again, as if the room behind it were rehearing an argument it meant to win in 4 years' time and had decided to practice now. Mrs. Hartley's goat lullaby kept it in order. Tom took a turn with the bucket thud, delighted to be allowed to make a noise on purpose without being scolded. His reflection stubbornly refused the front pane and reappeared for a full minute in the spoon he had not put in his pocket because Marian had the pocket. Mr. Pell ached with gratitude and said nothing. As dusk came early with the rain, the trader returned. Not by the orchard lane. Traders who bring breathing glass quickly learn a village's habits. He came down the back track by the fallow field, wheels quiet in the wet, horse patient. His mirror, big, lashed and shut, breathed once, and then held its breath like an animal pretending to be dead. The man on the bench looked neither satisfied nor sorry. He looked the way men look when they have done a thing long enough to be bored by both the wins and the losses, and only intrigued by the tries. The twins felt him before anyone saw him. They stood up from their well step with the grave interest of cats, seeing the shadow of a bird. Marian touched iron at her hip. Dorian's hand found the bell. Mr. Crane did not move from the church door. Old Maud's mouth went mean with memory. Evening, the trader said when they met him at the bend where the fallow field makes the road doubt itself. Weather for reflections. Weather for cloth, Dorian said, not yielding the ditch. We're not buying, Marian said, and we're not selling. Then you are keeping, the man said, as if complimenting them on the thrift of their souls. He tipped his hat to the twins as to a pair of abbots. You've trained them, Marian said, one syllable ice-cold. He gestured with his chin, respectful and glib in the same muscle. The little chimers, the hands at the hinges. I have cousins at Wells and other towns. They're never so polite. The twins' faces did not change, which was its own change. The boy's chin lifted a thumb's breadth. The girl took a breath that made no dent in the air. Dorian stepped half a pace to set his shoulder between them and the wagoner without making a sermon of it. You can turn round, Dorian said, as calmly as if giving directions in fairer weather, or you can wait here and see what choice looks like. At a price, the man asked. His eyes were not unkind. They were interested, which is worse in the wrong room. We name the price aloud, Marian said, and we write receipts. The horse flicked an ear. Rain ratcheted a notch louder. In the square, the bell didn't ring but turned itself in its stirrup like a sleeper finding a cooler side. The trader looked toward the church he could not see and nodded, like a man committing an address to memory. You'll knock, he said. When asked, Dorian said. He shrugged. He had always loved the part before the sale best. Then I'll fetch my cousins a story, he said, and lifted the reins. The mirror at his back tried to breathe. It found itself out of practice with rain. The breath turned to drip and slid off. The horse took a good step, and this time the wheel obliged without sulking. The wagon rolled away with the modesty of a cat that has just stolen something and convinced itself it was hired to move furniture. The twins watched it go as if the road had briefly shown them their own faces and then done something else, and you respect a road that can do that. Night fell shaped like weather and choice. Dorian posted watches by the muslin, by the wash house, by the rain barrel that had learned not to look up. Marion handed out buns with bread chalked on them in case a hungry thing needed reminding what mouths were for. Alice came with another halter and a pocketful of straw, which she tucked into the iron at the threshold, and the door liked it so much it warmed as if it had been given a creature to listen to. Mr. Crane slept for 10 minutes at a time with his forehead to the wood and woke the way men wake near a fire they trust, instantly and with gratitude. Near midnight, a change arrived that had nothing of drama and everything of event. The rain thinned to the kind that finds its way through roofs to tin pans. The muslin on Mr. Pell's window stopped trying. All at once, the way a gossip stops when the subject comes in. The iron sang once, soft. The twins turned their faces toward the church without moving their bodies, as if a scent had passed that only children know. Now, the girl said. Now, the boy agreed. They didn't run. People who know doors walk. The village gathered with the humility of people who have learned not to expect presents on their birthdays and are given one anyway. Marion found herself at the wood without remembering her feet. Dorian had the bell in his hand and did not know it. Old Maud took the lowest step and nodded once, as if counting had finally come to a number that satisfied her. Mr. Crane stood. He did not shake. He set his palms where small hands had learned to be brave. Alice slid straw on his fingers into place. Marion laid her palm on home and felt warmth meet it like an animal that recognizes its owner. Nora, Dorian said, and his voice made the nave behind him a better room than it had been. Little one. 3 taps. Crisp. Confident. The way a child knocks when she has decided to forgive you for never once knowing the game she invented just now and expects you to play beautifully anyway. Ask. The twins breathed, not to Dorian, not to Mr. Crane.
To the air.
To the idea. Will you come? Mr. Crane said, and the word home did not need to be spoken. The wood knew its letters. Heat quick. The latch, a hair. Marion shut her eyes against beauty and felt it anyway because beauty is rude and comes in even when you've put up a sign. She smelled horse and flower and old wood and the damp leather of the handbell strap and, inside the crack, the breath of a child who had been laughing 2 hours ago in another room and had decided to be serious now. We will knock, Dorian said, and he didn't make the room wait for a long explanation about rules. He set his knuckles gently low. Marion set hers. Mr. Crane, enormous, gentled his bone. Alice's straw rustled. The twins lifted their neat hands and made gravity for the idea. On 3, Dorian said. Not ours. They waited. Rain gave them 2 beats. The bell, which should not have, gave them half a note, unapologetic. And from the other side, small and sure, 3. They knocked. It wasn't noise. It was a permission spoken in the truest grammar Greybriar had invented in a week. Ask/answer. The latch rose the width of a ribbon. A draft came through, cold and very clean, the temperature of a first morning without fever. Marion's palm startled and then stayed. Something slender slid into the crack and caught on iron. White, soiled, ribbon, and then, with a little wiggle like a mouse deciding to choose life, withdrew again, as if showing off that it could. The door did not swing. Doors in Greybriar are not that kind of dramatic. But the line between inside and out learned a new shape, not shut. The muslin at Mr. Pell's eased, as if several people at once had decided to go to bed. The rain decided to stop arguing and try sleep. Tomorrow, the girl said, voice trembling with a fatigue she refused to give the dignity of swaying to. Knock and say her name. She'll say yours back. Then you can talk. Don't pull. You never pull. Tomorrow. The boy agreed, and he looked at Marion in a way he had looked at her only once, when she had written Marion, not brave in her own hand and made it true to make it smaller. "Don't be beautiful," he said, not patronizing entreating. She laughed and felt the laugh like a bruise she liked pressing because it proved her skin. "I'll bring oven voice," she said, "and straw." They did not cheer. They would not have thought to. But there was a looseness in bodies, a settling in knees, a passing of weight from one foot to another that a musician could have written into a score called Relief, Brief. Mr. Crane sat because sitting is an art, and he'd learned it. Alice went to sleep on her feet the way women who stand around animals do, head tipped, mouth a little open. Straw stuck to her temple. Old Maud closed her eyes and smiled the smallest smile she owned, which looked like a seam laid down straight. Marian walked home, iron warm at her hip, ribbon on her wrist because she had tied it there without knowing, Rain choosing gutters carefully, as if reluctant to wake those who had just found the edge of sleep. Her father had left the lamp low, a miracle of obedience. She would tease him for later to make it bearable that she was grateful now. She tied the walnut towel tighter because tying is prayer. She wrote in the corners Nora's, Knock and Alice. Straw because names make furniture sit and corners behave. At the window, she lifted the iron from the sill and laid it in the center of the table. It made a sound like agreement and then like rest. She put her palm over stay and felt, not heat, not a pull, a pushback, gentle and human, the way a sleeping hand flexes when a mother tucks a blanket. She let herself press her forehead there a second, greedy and right. Before she could blow out the lamp, a sound came not at the door, not in the mirror, not along the iron. A small, soft tap at the edge of a table, exactly at the place where a child would stand if she had crept in and knew better than to knock on a pane. Marian didn't look. She said, into wood, into ink, into straw stuck to her cuff, into rain deciding to be tomorrow. I hear you. In the square, the twins sat again on the well step, bookends keeping the book from splaying where it shouldn't. They didn't speak. Their heads tipped together once, gravity or affection, choices only children have. Down below the vestry, the pain that had learned done lay quiet under linen, as still as a child resisting sleep to listen to a story that was almost exactly the story she wanted and was, therefore, better. At first light, they would knock. They would say her name. She would answer. They would talk. They would not pull. The seventh thing had a shape now, not just a rule. Beyond that, two roads led away from Greybriar. One where Eliza Pater's muslin stayed cool forever. One where she asked. One where the trader told his cousins a tale that would make them stay away. One where other villages would have to learn names, wrong songs, iron, no knock, ask, stand, knock the way Greybriar had learned them, painfully and then proudly. But that was morning's business. Night, with its small and decent rain, laid a palm to the village's door and waited, with manners, to be let in. Chapter 10, The Eighth Thing. Dawn arrived like a held note resolving. The rain had rinsed the square clean, left flour and thin, chalky veils that said we worked even after weather had folded its ladder and gone. Names on the cloths had deepened to the brown of old tea. The iron on sills cooled to a patient silence, a dog with its head on its paws. From the tower, the bell gave a single courteous "I'm awake" toward no one in particular, which reminded everyone what hour it was without demanding anything. Marian lit the oven early. She worked by habit so her mind could go where it needed. Door, ribbon, knock, not pretty. Her father insisted on standing for the first batch. He leaned on the counter and told a story about the year a storm peeled the paint from the inside, and they all took it as a sign to repaint themselves. Then he laughed until he coughed, which felt more like a bargain than a defeat. When she covered the walnut mirror to retrace stay with a dry fingertip, the seam beneath felt solidly like wood. Not cold, not eager, behaving. By the time she crossed the square with a heel of bread tucked in her pocket like courage, the village was already forming its oval around the church door. No crowd, just the right number of bodies to make warmth a fact. Mr. Crane stood as if he had not left. He had, but men who decide to keep a place don't show you the minutes they use to collect themselves. Alice smelled of straw and sleep. She had 2 straws stuck to her temple and refused to remove them, as if they were medals. Father Dorian had combed his hair so aggressively the part looked like a decree. The ledger under his arm wore the water stains of weather, the ink like veins beneath skin. The twins were where they always were when now approached, close enough for gravity, far enough for manners. They looked as if rain had been invented for them to understand the village better. They didn't fidget. They looked at the door the way a midwife looks at a woman in the last easy minute. Dorian did not ask for quiet. He didn't have to. Quiet had learned its job this week. He put the bell at his feet and laid his hand against the upper panel where men's hands go. Alice set hers at Marion's height. Marion slid her palm to home and felt it answer. Warm, not demanding. Mr. Crane bent the dignified bend to where the lowest knock had sounded and rested the weight of his impossible patience there. Nora, Dorian said, and the name no longer brought flinches. It brought the shared rearranging of posture people make when a child walks into a room. Little one, we are here. 3 taps answered, unhurried. The kind you hear when a small person tries being solemn and enjoys it too much to hurry. Mr. Crane closed his eyes and opened them again because he refused to waste a second of seeing what he had once begged to be allowed to see. Will you come? He asked, and the word home moved without being spoken. Like a dog that knows its name doesn't always require a mouth. Heat traveled through the wood the way warmth travels through an arm that's been slept on crooked and is waking up. The latch lifted exactly as much as a vow should, just enough. The iron along the threshold thrummed once, the happy note a pan makes when tapped by a spoon in a good kitchen. Say yours, the girl twin said softly, and though she didn't name who, everyone knew. Mr. Crane set his forehead to the door and said, I'm your father, as if the world had required reminding, and he had chosen to oblige it. I'm Owen. I cut my thumb last Thursday and didn't swear because you weren't there to hear it. I have your ribbon, not to keep you, but to get lost with you and find our way back. And I'm Alice, Alice said, because straw is as trustworthy as bread. I smell like what you like. I'll stand here when you're decant, and I'll put your hand under mine the first time the door feels bigger than the world. And I'm Marion, Marion said, making herself smaller on purpose, which takes ambition. And I will feed you until feeding is boring, and then we will invent a game to make it unboring again. I will carry the back of every heavy thing. Dorian did not add himself to the list. He gave the door the quiet a priest learns to give a bed about to receive a child that insists on timing. He nodded at the twins. They nodded back. It was not ceremony. It was competence. On 3, Dorian said. And then he said, not ours. Rain, what remained of it, ticked on iron. Somewhere across the square, a spoon fell and was not apologized for. In the crack between jam and leaf, a breath drew in, held, and a child's voice, proud and shy at once, spoke the number like an incantation she had invented just now and wanted to see work. 3. They knocked, soft, once, then rested every part of themselves on not pulling. The latch rose that ribbons with it had learned yesterday, and then, only then, the hinge murmured the sound wood makes when it consents. The leaf did not swing. It eased. A line widened from nothing to the thickness of 2 coins. Cold air came through it, the clean sort that smells like damp stone and rope and old beeswax, and the unarguable note of a place that has decided to include you. A small thing slid into the crack, white, smudged, insisting. Then withdrew so fast Marion almost laughed. Then an eye. Then not an eye because there are rules, just the sensation of an eye, the pressure of being noticed by love. Nora, Mr. Crane whispered, not to lure, so she would have the fun of hearing what she already knew. His huge hands trembled, outmatched by the smallness they were trying to deserve. The gap widened the width of 3 fingers. A hand came through, no magic about it. Small, damp from serious concentration, smelling faintly of straw because Alice's scent had become a map. Marion didn't reach. Alice didn't reach. Dorian didn't. Mr. Crane lifted his own hand like what it is. A working man's blunt promise, and set it palm to palm with the small one at the exact place the door decided hand should meet. Heat leapt clean, not the greedy kind, the yes. The hand on the inside gripped, and then, childlike, tested. The hinge answered with a humor no hinge had any right to, all right then. The door moved the width of a breath, and then stopped, because rules are how love doesn't turn into appetite. The child's face, still not allowed, pushed its own luck by existing invisibly right against the crack. Came through, and Greybriar, to its credit, did not break into applause or sob. It altered its breathing, which is the most civilized way a village can cheer. I am, Mr. Crane said. She did not step out.
Nothing as dramatic as that.
The hand withdrew and returned with something in its palm, a button, pearl, imperfect. She folded Mr. Crane's fingers around it and then, carefully, pressed his knuckle 3 times. The pattern of yesterday, I remember. Tomorrow, the boy said brightly, as if announcing biscuits. You two will trade, hand for hand. And talk, the girl added, but don't make promises. Promises are for when doors are wide. Mr. Crane made a sound that might have been the laugh a man makes when he lifts his child for the first time, and might have been prayer without its robes. Tomorrow, he said back through the crack, to a breath and a hinge and a world he had decided to believe kind. The door eased back the thickness of a hair, the way you put a book down without losing your place. The latch settled into its own groove like an old pet curling in its old basket. The iron cooled, pleased with itself. The ribbon on the threshold lifted once in a breeze no one else felt, and then lay still. 8th thing, old Maud said from the step, voice so small and pleased it made grown men examine their boots for reasons. Write it down, father. Dorian had the ledger open on his thigh before he knew it. His pen hovered. What is it? He asked, not to be told, but to be corrected if he guessed badly.
Keep, Maud said.
Not keep from.
Keep to. Keep up. Keep with.
We stay. We do the little wrong singing. We name. We ask. We stand. We knock when asked. And then we keep doing it when the story would rather end. Dorian wrote 8th thing. Keep and underlined it until the ink nearly ate the paper. Then he laughed, a clean weak thing, and let it stand as his benediction. The day that followed did not become festival. It became work of a finer cut. People returned to mirrors facing walls and left them there on purpose. Names were stitched not just on cloth, but into habits. The iron at sills sprouted string with bells tied to them, not to ring, but to remind a hand reaching foolishly where it had no business. Children stood at doors in pairs and practiced shut the door without being told. Tom peered into a spoon because he had to, and when his face didn't show, he pointed at Mr. Pell and named 3 new details he liked about the man's head. The spoon got bored of not working and gave Tom himself back for longer each time. Eliza Pater's muslin stayed cool. Twice the oval deepened. Twice it thinned. Dorian placed Agnes in charcoal on the corners until the cloth blackened like a baker's thumb. Marian baked the Thursday rolls with too much cinnamon and left a small bag tied with Eliza's name over the pane. Mr. Pell turned his face away when he hung it because not looking at grief is sometimes respectable. Toward evening, a damp handprint bloomed, not a plea, attendance. It faded while he watched. He said, "Be blessed, then," to the cloth like a bad poet and good man. At noon, the trader's wagon appeared on the far hill, tiny, decent. He did not come down. He sat on his bench in the rain-scrubbed glare and took off his hat to no one at all, as if apologizing to the part of the road that had found him useful and would now have to learn another man's name. He turned his horse's head and left. The rumor in the tavern, 6 weeks later, would say he never reached the next town. Rumors do that. The truth, if anyone had been on that road to witness it, was this. He kept going until the world forgot to make a road in that direction, and he did not mind. That evening, Dorian and Marian went once more below the vestry. They told no one. They did not sneak. They simply did not add more weight to the steps than was needed. In the lamplight, the linen over the pane looked like a sheet on a bed that had finally learned the weight of the body it covered. They lifted the edge one hand's breadth, the way one checks a sleeping child's breath without waking them, and looked only at the corner, as taught. Rooms gathered. Not as many. Not as bright.
Patient now.
The peony paper waited without preening. A kitchen's damp patch had been moved a slat to the side, as if someone had learned how to avoid stepping in it. Door, Dorian said softly. We are still done. The pane warmed, indignant and fond. A new room slid into the edge. An empty church in some other place with doors flung wide to the night and no names on its corners. Marian's fingers twitched. Dorian's jaw went stubborn. The twins were not there to command close. They did not need to be. Greybriar had learned how to make its own hinge. Keep, Marian said to the linen, and the cloth took the word the way a sail takes a wind it has been built for all along. They lowered it and hooked the chain and left the dark to do its cooler work. On the steps of the church, they found the twins waiting as if they had always meant to be exactly there at that exact moment and had simply taken their time arriving. The children looked at Dorian's face, then Marian's, then passed them toward the square, where Mr. Crane sat with his palms resting on his knees, not on the door. Because he could, and Alice showed a little girl how to dress a rope so it doesn't raise blisters, and old Maud pretended to nap, and was in fact praying the selfish, excellent prayers of the old. Let them keep what they learned. You'll not need us the same way, the boy said, neither sad nor proud, merely acknowledging. We'll stay, the girl said, because truth requires patience, until Keep grows taller than Knock. Where will you go? Marian asked, and then immediately felt foolish. Rooms and children do not answer such questions in ways you can write on a ledger. Where doors forget their manners, the boy said, matter of fact. We like teaching. We like leaving, the girl added, and Marian loved her for that exactness. It keeps us from thinking we made the doors. Dorian knelt, not to elevate them, never that, but to meet their weather. If there's a price we haven't paid, he said, say it's so we don't think ourselves good when we were simply lucky. The twins considered, their one shared great gift. Then the girl said, don't tell stories where we are the only clever part. And don't polish your grief until it thinks it is a mirror, the boy said. If it shines, give it dust. Done, Dorian said and meant it. He had a pulpit and a mouth and could make obedience fashionable. Mr. Crane rose when he saw Marian coming and put something in her palm without performing the gesture. The pearl button. She gave me this and kept my ribbon, he said, new strength in the tempo of his voice. That's a good bargain. It is, Marian said. Tell her 3 things about her face tomorrow. She nodded toward Tom, who had accomplished looking at himself in the front pane that morning for 7 consecutive seconds and was now very bored with his own ears and happier for it. Dorian touched Marian's sleeve. You look like a woman who needs to sit down quietly and be told nothing, he said, which was the most romantic thing he could have said to her in this life. She grinned like a sinner and took the stool Alice had vacated and let the square pass its evening business across her like a rug being beaten. Dust out, colors truer. When the lamps were lit, dim, behind cloth, respectful, the twins stood. No one saw them decide. They simply were standing. They walked along the rope around the well and pressed their free hands to it, one after the other, and the rope gave a small pleased creak, like an old joint that had been oiled. They passed Mr. Pell's and nodded once at the muslin in thanks for not backsliding while their backs were turned. They stopped at the bakery door. The towel over the walnut bore a new corner, keep, in Marian's hand. The girl touched the word with her finger, quick as a blessing, and the towel, nothing but cotton and ink and attention, held its breath like a child too delighted to squeal. At the square's edge, the twins turned and looked at Greybriar the way people look at a home they have decided to leave in order to love it properly. You'll make more rules you don't write down, they said. That's the only way a village works. We'll come if you ask, the boy added. Don't ask unless you mean to keep, the girl said, and then they were gone, not vanished. That's for stories with too much sugar. They went down the lane, hand in hand, small backs so certain of a path that the path simply appeared where they put their feet. At the bend, they turned and did the tiniest, least dramatic wave, the sort of wave people do when they know they live in the same world and will run into you again at market or storm. Night took the square with good manners. Mr. Crane sat his hour and then, because keep requires sleep, went home and left his broad handprint on the wood like a promise he would cash in daylight. Alice fetched the rope to smell like herself and hung it neatly back so the door could dream of straw. Old Maud allowed 3 people to help her rise and did not scold them when they did it badly, because their hands kept their promises even if their technique didn't. In her kitchen, Marian wrote one last word on the towel center, small, where only she would notice it when she retied the knots in the morning. U.S. She stood a moment in the quiet that comes after you decide a story is finished, and remember that life is not obliged to respect chapters. Her father stirred and called her name as if he were tasting it to make sure it was still sweet. She went to him, laid her palm across Die, felt the warmth of a man who had chosen not to leave, and in that exact, ordinary temperature held the whole of what they had done. At the church, the door cooled to the night, hinge comfortable. Under the vestry, Linen breathed the long breath of a door thinking about being furniture for a while. On the well, the rope slept with its names stitched through names. In Mr. Pell's window, the muslin stayed purely cloth. Upstairs in the livery, Alice, who had not meant to be brave for anyone but animals, slept with straw in her hair and the knowledge of a small hand's weight in her good palms. Mr. Crane dreamed of tying laces and found, in the dream, that his fingers remembered precisely how hard to pull. And somewhere, far down a lane with corners named by no one yet, 2 small figures walked toward a village that had not learned wrong songs or iron or ask or stand, let alone the 7th and 8th things. They went because doors forget, and children with manners are the world's only durable locksmiths. Greybriar did not return to what it had been. It kept. That was all. It kept names on corners and dust on miracles and rules that were songs and songs that were rules. It kept the habit of palms against wood and the pleasure of being reflected by the faces of its neighbors rather than the devices of its rooms. It kept its decision to be not beautiful until beauty agreed to behave. It kept, which is at the deep end of any story, the bravest thing. In the morning there would be knocking and answering and the work of widening a crack the right amount over a month of Tuesdays. There would be flour to waste on puddles without shame. There would be cloth to stitch. There would be iron to lay across sills like good sense. There would be Eliza's name, cool and kind, and perhaps, on a Thursday, when the cinnamon ran high, a damp handprint that stayed for a count of 10 and then left the cloth empty with dignity. For now, Marian blew out the lamp. The dark, a decent guest at last, lay down where it was told. The village slept not prettily but properly, listening to its rooms the way a person listens to their own pulse after a fever. Not for danger, for proof. The bell did not ring. It didn't need to. It had, like them, learned to keep.